don't have a lot of time for that.
Part of me is conflicted on it. We'll say I do want to turn in the deed thing, but
What point of it would it be if the whole town gets exploded? Well, we can still give it.
Lady thoughts? Question mark.
Give the person back their deed. And work from there.
Work from there?
Aye.
We are thinking so hard, and my anxiety is making my stomach all sour.
Remember, it's still casual. You guys have time and to do things and explore whatnot.
Yes.
But it's close to an explosion, per se.
Yes. The doomsday of the city.
Also, what items can I put speech on, and how much does it cost for speech?
So I do have it in the store.
Including hoods.
But yeah,
It was
headgear.
2,500 just for the stone.
Yes, I wish the cost of the stone was next to it. We just combine.
Well, it was, you know, I can't assume that you guys won't always have stones, too. Because you might get them and find them other places, and then that, I don't want to just put the extra cost on you if you don't need to pay it. There, but...
Could it be... like...
Does it need to be lesser, or just soulstone? For a regular one?
For a regular one, it could just be lesser. Yeah, I have it technically in the master list, I believe. Deserved. What do we got?
So,
look, let me see.
If you wanted to buy rodent speak on, you know, just per se, you could get a lesser stone and a rodent that would be at 1,050. The cheapest you can go.
Mm-hmm. Where did I have this marked? I thought I had them
marked. Could it be applied to one of my hair bows?
So let me put it this way. The intent, just throw there, the intent is it's supposed to be a headgear because it sits on your head and gives you understanding. And it's also communication, usually not through your mouth, but through understanding and such. So what this is to say is that if you want a thematic item there, it's like you all are assumed to have a full gear set. You have boots, you have pants, you have a chest piece, you have gloves, you have a hat as well. And we are... Enchanted antlers. Except, I wouldn't recommend taking those off. Like... So thematically for your character, like we could still represent your characters as without a headpiece there, but yes, it should be like a helmet or some kind of hat of some sort.
Okay.
Mine is a technicality, I think. Yeah.
Yours is a technicality, like as a hood. The argument was made. I accept it. Right. So as long as you have the hood on, then yes, you can hear what's going on. For the 3 languages you chose.
Okay, so how much money was this again?
About 1,050 just for rodent speak, if you just wanted that.
Yep.
Can I haggle the price?
Can you what? Can you haggle the price?
Haggle.
Sure. What would be your haggle? Like, what reason would the person have to give you a discount?
You can't just say, give me a discount, and it magically happens.
How about around...
I need a discount, I have a fur disorder, I need to be around
830 G. Cause...
Okay, but why would they give you a discount?
Why? Give a reason.
We are guild adventurers. We slayed a good beast.
Oh, okay. Wow.
It's
Or
not a good
gangster.
reason.
I mean,
Has to be
lots of
like-
guild adventurers come in and they slay beasts. Like, that happens all the time. Like, and they don't come asking for discounts. They pay their fair share because, well, they have money. I mean, if you're too broke to afford it, then why do you deserve to have it?
How much was it in full?
1,050 gold.
Not much.
I only have 1,034.
I mean, you could throw the change on the table and go complete broke. I would give it to you for 1,034, I guess.
I don't have time to read prices. Take my money.
Oh my god.
I'm trying to think because I literally don't have enough.
I'm
and I
going
don't want to go
bankrupt.
broke.
I'm going bankrupt here. Toss on the
Somehow.
table.
I mean,
What all are you getting
the other side is you guys could consider that I think one of you seemed to have acquired 8,000 gold recently. Not that that's any of my business.
She's got
I don't know.
Hey, dear,
a group.
dear, instead of a donkey, can we get a cow? A dairy cow?
Can you get a cow?
Amelia kind of looks to the
It can
Whoever-
pull a cart, right? Same as a donkey.
Dairy cow?
kind of looks
No.
over and goes, "Can someone spare me a few?"
An ox?
And
Yes.
transportation.
Maybe like 1,000 gold. Can you guys spare me? Or
Here.
Hold on.
Like, thematically, if you guys want, like, an ox, that would be fine, but, like, a dairy cow is not built to pull anything unless you guys want to go 1 mile per hour and pull nothing.
Understand.
And
Like,
I know donkeys can pull, right?
donkeys can
No.
pull. Yeah, donkeys can pull. They can't,
But I
they're not
want-
hefty horses, though. Donkeys can pull a cart, basically. So,
who got the loot? Because I want to ask them if we could basically split it up so that I have more money.
Points
from
to
a
here.
thematic truth, I can't tell you your game master. Because if you don't know, your character doesn't know.
They don't know.
Amelia kind of looks to the group going, does anyone have any spare change?
Spare change. I'll give you a bag of 1,000 gold. Here we go. And that's how much you get.
There you go. Have fun.
Thank you.
I mean, if you didn't know who had the gold. Who had
And then
the
uses
gold.
the gold, which leaves me with 1,000 left,
There you go.
I think.
Now you can speak rat, but what did you enchant?
My headgear.
Mm.
There you go.
So you can mark down you have an enchanted headgear with rodent speak.
Am I right that I have 1,000 left?
I'll accept it. I know you were you just had 1,034. We'll say it was an accounting error.
Your rodent speak.
But yes, while you wear that specific hat, you have rodent speak.
Hooray!
Thumbs up.
Elvish, and I believe it was Goblin.
I believe that's what you chose. Elvish, goblin, rodent speak.
Most of the party speaks rat now.
Most of the
That's
party
the
speaks
thing.
rat now.
Except for one more. Yeah.
Except for the Rat King and Oxygen.
Rat King Oxygen.
Oxygen, yeah. The
No,
one
I-
who needs to speak it doesn't know it.
I will say, rodent speak does not just exclusively mean rats as well. It does expand
It means
into most rodents.
raccoon, gerbils, capybara.
Yes, all of those. I will also say I am very close to finishing the biggest guidebook, which of course is Ladies.
Yes.
I just added all of the current skills. There's still like, I think 3 more I have to make for right now. I'm not doing level 11, 12, or 13 skills quite yet. But I have about 3 more skills that I need to make and add to the book. Let me tell you, I have a skills book that has everybody's skills that I've done so far. It is 35 pages long of just skills.
God.
And when I say 35 pages, here's what I want you guys. You guys get to see your brief preview right now. This is what I mean. I have 2 columns of skills. You could see over here just the sheer list of them. These are all the skills accessible so far on this, and it is insane the amount of things. But it is going to flesh out the game a whole lot more.
There's
too.
going to be other characters that get that question.
So
Is Druidic just to speak the animals? Because I don't know unless Druidic is a
Druidic? Druidic is not... It's an ancient language.
like Draconic.
Like Draconic... Like, Druidic is an ancient Druid language there. There are specific uses for it, but typically forest druids. It has been going to us. You were close, but Lady got it first. Yes, so... But yeah, basically, you guys got lots of options for skills, and there's a lot more coming, but I am very close with this guidebook, and then pretty much, comparatively, every other guidebook is going to be substantially easier. The thing is, and we're going to talk about this right now since we've got a little bit of time, the thing is that part of the reason this guidebook's taking some time is because I'm introducing new debuffs and how some debuffs work with each other, and I realize that I'm going to be adding what I'm calling cumulative debuffs. So additional effects that happen if you get additional stacks. So let's talk, for example, blind. This is an easy one. You get -1 to all weapon hit rolls. If you have 2 stacks, so you're blinded in both eyes, you're now -3 to all of your weapon hit rolls. And if I'm honest, and I'm adding this now, -3 to all your weapon hit rolls and -1 evasion instead. So if you're completely blinded, it's going to get hard. You'll also see I did combine the buffs debuffs table. It's in alphabetical order as well. Because now we have 4 pages of buffs and debuffs. One of the newer things that I added, which will be very relevant too, is off balance. If you get a 3rd stack of off balance, so it's maximum 2 stack, you remove all of your stacks off balance and instead are knocked prone. Being prone means that you're knocked to the ground. You gain disadvantage on all of your actions. All attackers gain advantage on you. You have -3 evasion, but you can stand back up to remove it. Here's the thing, and why this is important. I don't say while you're prone, you have to stand back up, and you're unable to, like, use skills, right? I am just saying that you are going to be at a disadvantage if you're on the ground trying to use skills, but you're still able to with it. So that's the kind of the stuff I wanted to, like, change up. I've changed stun. Stun is substantially suckier now there, because you gain disadvantage, -2 evasion, and -1 damage resistance while you're stunned as well, too. I've also, today, introduced Venom, which prevents healing effects. It's basically super poison. At the beginning of your turn, you could take poison damage, basically. And it's done as true damage, so if you get Venom, it's important.
Gets healed
What was that?
the same as poison? And it gets healed the same as poison. It's
same as
one
poison.
heal and it's gone.
One heal and it's gone. There. But it's important because there will be skills now that can give venom. It also is eventually, you can enchant weapons or encase weapons in venom, such as if you were such a character that was proficient at making poisons, you might be able to make specialty poisons to coat weapons with there. I don't know what kind of character might be able to do this, but that is a feature and an option too. In addition, you'll also notice some major buffs. For example, well fed doesn't last 4 rounds. It lasts 1 hour. Well rested doesn't last 4 rounds or something, or 4 actions. It lasts 1d4 hours. Now, so after you wake up, you will get to have a few hours of +2 to all of your action rolls if you're well rested. So with some of these, they're making adjustments. Another one is weak. Weak has been weakened, as you guys have seen it before. I've renamed it to weak. It gives you -1 strength, specifically, and it can be managed. -1 strength is important because I am updating many attack skills to specifically include your strength value. So the stronger you are as a character, the more damage you're going to deal with it as well. So to kind of give that kind of like bonus to some of those skills, not all skills, just skills that make sense with strength as well. So those are some kind of the adjustments, and we will be using these rules like right away for things. So I just want you to be aware of these as we go through, but they are all updated in the main guidebook, and it is in alphabetical order, so you guys can find these and check on them too. But generally speaking, most of the skills as you know them still operate the same too. But we are making progress, I'll say that. It's there is a lot to keep track of and a lot going on, but I promise I am here to still guide you guys. So you don't have to know every single rule. I know the rules, so I'll be able to help you guys out on it.
I'm debating whether I should get the donkeys and everything, or I don't know, safely my travel.
Maybe. My goodness, it's been kind of a sicky household. My wife is very, very sick right now. It just came on in the last couple hours. So like full on puking her guts out, everything.
Pissed.
Yeah. You can't like hide it from the TTS. It just reads the message. A secret speaking message. But yeah, and then combine that with my kids have been insanity today. It's been a long week, guys. It's been a long week. I've been excited that I've had a little bit more time to work on like actual guidebooks for things and actually making progress on the class guides. So I've been quite happy with that, and very soon I will be moving on to the next one, which according to my list here, I guess I could do any of them. It doesn't super matter the order, but according to my list, it is Daniel's class is next.
Make sure it's good so he can complain about I'm installing your level.
It's going to be good. I assure you. It already is good, so I actually have to nerf it more. No, it
doesn't complain more.
The perfect loop. No, I'm very excited about some of the skills that I've been able to add to your guys' classes, right? Like for example, they're talking about ladies updates and such like that. Because there's some focus on skills, and because some skills are now inaccessible if you choose other skills, it means that I can do cooler things. You get what I mean? Because before, you could technically access both level 9 skills, right? But now that depending on your choices, you can't access both of them as well, it means that I can make the skills that you do have access to just that much cooler. There, because it makes the choices harder, and it means that your build gets to be just that much more special, too. Now, I say all this, but I know exactly what build Lady is going to do as well. So, like, in Lady's case, lower there. But Yas is going to have some very hard choices. Artanis is going to have some very hard choices.
That's mean to me, Yas, too.
And what I mean to say on that is, like, based on how Yas has currently built his character, right?
He can't do 5
he
actions.
can't. He definitely can't do that. So that is the first big nerf that is coming to his class. But it comes, like, with that nerf, it comes with a bunch of other buffs. I think the thing that you guys are going to be most excited about is the number of skills that you guys don't have to spend skill points on anymore, as well as just the constant passive buffs that you guys will be able to get. Like Lady, unless she goes the Hunter class route, doesn't get as many direct passive buffs, but gets a bunch of bonus options. And one of the things I have here is at level 7, Lady, by default, gets an additional response. Just by existing. Doesn't have to put a skill point into anything. Just by reaching level 7, gets that. And everybody's class has features like that. Where sometimes, like for Yas's class, a lot of the features that you unlock are actual just like straight upgrades to like like they're just buffs for things. Like I'll give an example.
I know I'm going to be able to play 2 different songs at once because I already saw a skill for that.
Well, yeah. We shall see more on that too. Because I am also rewriting a lot of skills, but yes, that is going to be an option. Yas, for example, I've just pulled his up. At level 2, Yas just gets plus 10% magic resistance. Just for being level 2 in his class. Like, that's just an example. And depending on which class route you guys choose to take, or class specialization you choose to take, it will change or adjust some of the other bonuses you get. So I said that with Yas, but let's also say this with Yas. At level 5, 9, and 13, so 5, 9, and 13, Yas gets an extra attack. Just straight up. Doesn't have to put, like before, Yas had to put skill points into that. Now, just by leveling, gets extra attacks for free.
When he's 13, he can do 4 attacks.
He could literally do 4 basic attacks in a single turn at level 13. And that's assuming he, like, doesn't also just buff those regular attacks, too. Because there's a lot of buffs. But this is also stuff that makes classes very, very different, because Artanis doesn't. He doesn't just get extra attacks. In fact, he doesn't get extra attacks, but he does get an extra bite action at level 5. So it's technically better, but it's also more focused on it too. And you might ask, what is a bite action? He's got a lot of new bite skills, and he could choose any of them for his extra bite action. Just as an example.
Automatically got taunt as soon as he reached that.
That is not true, actually. I have not given him any skill that requires taunt. Group 2 not getting worked on yet. Yeah, it's been because there's some foundational things I wanted to get through. Because there's a lot of, I mean, every character has rule breaks in a sense, but Group 2's rule breaks are so specific as well. I'm like, I need to work on some other foundational things first. So yeah, that's why Group 2 hasn't been touched yet on it. Like, I'm also like, it's tricky because some of the skills I have to determine, are they regular skills or are they magic skills? Because magic skills have certain bonuses applied to them. For example, like, you get to deal magic damage. But it also means magic skills can be countered. If you encounter the right person, they could just say no and just stop your magic. And if you find somebody who has like an anti-magic rune and stuff.
Chain magic,
that specific kind of magic
If the
can
door
make
sounds
all
scarier,
magic
scarier.
skills stop. Which, it should be scary for you, Corey. Here, because almost
Not just
all
the
of your
brain.
skills are magic skills. So getting
Yes.
anything that's like anti-magic turns it off. Lady has an entire class now, class specialization, that gives her magic skills. Like an entire, like, but the other ones are not magic skills. And so that's part of the balance, is figuring out like what is magic, what is not magic as well. And for Deer, it's going to be the same thing. It's like some of your skills are going to be technically magic there, while
But it's
I'm
others
so
are not.
excited to know about mine.
I will say for you, Amelia, almost 100% of your skills are not magic. And Yas, same thing. In fact, if I were to, I think none, not a single one of your skill. Actually, that's not true. But I won't spoil much. That said, but
Everyone
almost
has a weakness.
every single one does not have a magic skill. Daniel is going to be the same way. Yeah, Daniel's going to be the same way. Like, no magic skills on it. Yeah, no shit.
He has
yeah.
a gun.
He has the gun. Like, that's
It would be
this is what it
really
is.
funny if he got a magic skill. I would laugh.
If he did, it would be done through technology in some way. And I still need to work
I
on
just
that.
think it would be funny imagining, God darn it, I got magic now. I'm one of the freaks.
Well, at level 5, that does happen. And the thing to consider with that, I think this is good from a role-playing standpoint, how does Daniel cope with that if he finds that he himself has magic? Right?
Yeah.
It's decisions, and I'm not going to dictate that. It's up for you guys to decide. It's just one of those things that does happen as well. So yes, good news is that I have made a lot of progress. Still chugging along. And the nature of it is that Lady's class guide is by far the longest. So that was taking me quite a bit. The current page count on this is like 37 pages. I'm gonna double check.
We got a nerf lady. Make her
Got a nerf.
weaker.
33 pages so far. I've got a little bit more I still need to write there, but it's about 33 pages. Lady, so that's the fun thing about Lady too, or just that whole class, is that yes, Lady is weak without beasts. Except if you take the hunter path. Then you get strong just on your own, while you're still allowed to have a beast. That's exactly what it is. Monster Hunter path, basically. The whole path is about strengthening the hunter. So you just get so much fucking stronger on it. And this is to say, too, you guys, I've explained this before, too. You aren't bound to just one path. You can put skills or put levels into multiple paths there to unlock the skills. So I take that into strong consideration, that the first 2 levels of every single path are technically accessible to everyone. So, like, even if you choose to go all the way down a path, you could still get 2 levels in one path and a level in the other and be skilled in everything there. But it means the juiciest skills start happening at level 4 of 6 in those paths because it's inaccessible. As soon as you hit level 4, you can't hit level 4 in another path. There, or you probably can't. I think you technically can. So that's where it is. There, but yes, it is. There's a lot. There's a lot. But like, yeah, like Lady's extra path, the hunter path, gives a lot of boosts. Lady will get strong if chosen that path, though.
So go down trainer, down to level 4, and then she'll do hunter if she wants.
She could, but I know Lady well enough to say as soon as she sees the skills at level 5 and 6 for trainer, will not choose that. This is not super spoilery, but I mentioned today there are now 20 new animals, which is more than double what Lady had when she first got her guidebook. There. The shark is one of them. Another one that got added, monkey was added. So you can get yourself a pet monkey if you want. And I'm not going to reveal all of them because I want Lady to just enjoy that as well too. But there's 20 different pets. Or I say pets, but there are 20 different animals. Shark on land be funny. Shark on land literally doesn't work. I'll say that. It is currently the main pet that is marked aquatic. So I've defined amphibious and aquatic. And aquatic literally means able to navigate in water at double speed. Unable to enter land. May breathe underwater for any amount of time. So that's aquatic.
Swim backwards.
So you could throw your shark on land, but then the shark will probably die.
Killing your pet.
Just killing. It's like, get up here, shark. There is, although I say that, but I want to, let's see. Shark. What is it? It's, shark. What is Djibouti? Where is it? Djibouti Archipelago. Where is it? There's a shark in the bubble. That's what I wanted. And I would like allow that if we could figure out. Oh, it's
Turtles are in Rio.
Let's see. Fishman Island. Turtles aren't real. Where is it? Okay, here it is. This is the picture I wanted to show you guys. So in One Piece, they did this. So there's the shark, and you got this like a bubble over it that gives it a little bit of like flight. So it's technically like a flying shark on there. So if we add that kind of magic, I didn't list it as a flying shark, but I'm sitting and I'm thinking, I'm like, you know,
might have bubble later.
Maybe there. Like, I would totally there. Oxygen, you were exactly on the same path I was thinking.
Oh.
Yes, that's exactly the same kind of island, but yeah, that's what it was he was just like, he had this bubble on him basically, and it helped him fly. And I'm like, yeah, that counts. I would count that. All right. We have chatted delayed enough. I think we are ready for our session. I double check here. Is everybody ready?
I can imagine this is what it looks
Yes.
like.
Okay. Yesn't? I'm like, yesn't means no. So, with that, I do want to start this session by saying, because my wife is not feeling well, I am going to be looking at my phone quite a bit, just to make sure that everything is okay with her. I will also be getting up every once in a while to just go check on her and such. So I just wanted to give you guys a heads up that if I'm gone for like a minute or two, I will be right back. So,
Do you have an oil diffuser running? Or, like,
um,
cement?
we don't. So she's not like stuffed up. Is the thing. So, we'll see. We're playing it by ear, but she's got all the drugs by the table, by her nightstand right now.
Many water, many wrist.
Many water, many like little crackers and stuff. So, hopefully, it should be all good. All right.
Put the
So
pantry by her.
yeah. Okay, I did see Dave. So I think we're all here. We're all good. So let's do this. So last time, our adventurers continued to face the troubles and struggles down in the sewers. And in doing so, they uncovered a secret plot against Pearlley from none other than a man called Razum, who was working directly with the previous King of the Rats to essentially poison the water supply and release it all within to the surface. And after a hard-pressed battle, a single bullet launched out, killing the Rat King. And as tradition of this horde of rat men, the day was decided that those who shall kill the king shall become the new king. And as such, Daniel was claimed King of the Rats. The group, perplexed by this new discovery and learning as much information they could, realized that the rats are very responsive to Daniel's commands and were able to not only locate the deed and about 4,000 other papers there, but they were able to give just a little bit of information on the mysterious man. With this information loaded, the group exited the sewers and continued on their adventure. It is now a new day. You guys were able to get some sleep, and you are now here.
In dearish to a dear, do you think we should trust the wolf and human to have our best interests? You, seen what I seen back there, right? She ate that little rat Vic. And the Algerians, what that one guy in the square said is true, and they come for our homelands. Is there any chance that we should speak to Razum or leave this place while it's still standing? There is a guild I have going along with this guild.
I'll have to double check on it, but I'm pretty sure the bathhouse you're going to is like 10 gold.
Am I the only one that's able to understand that, or were they able to?
Technically just you. Yeah, 20 gold.
Ah,
That
so we're
is tricky,
still
sir.
stinky.
Yeah, you guys are quite stinky. There is a poor one that is free.
How clean is it?
Yeah, how clean is it? I mean, it's for
It's
the
free.
poor. So it's like
Free.
run down
Delicious.
rotten, but there's water technically in it that you can wash yourself with. You will technically get clean from it. It's just more of a matter of preference, I suppose. But yeah, there was a basic one that was 20, a modest one that's 50, and then you have the wealthy one that's 200.
I'll just use the poor one.
Okay. It costs nothing. You just go to the water in the random pool. India.
And Amelia kind of like also washes her little neck garment thing to make sure that it's clean too.
Okay.
How about we go to the hotel or the place I rented? It has a shower, you know.
It does have a bath. It doesn't have a shower, but they can draw a bath for you. A nice warm bath too.
You know what? I'm feeling. I'm feeling. I'll do wealthy. I'll do wealthy into a shower.
There you
I
go.
don't want to go to the.
I mean, you functionally, with the kind of like wealthy accommodations, have access to a wealthy bath.
I mean, yeah. I'll just go to the inn then and just shower again.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Amelia kind of goes to group And goes,
Dearish, I have a feeling like helping the Algerians might have consequences. I don't know.
Amelia kind of doesn't understand what they're saying and kind of goes,
Dearest.
well,
You gotta add a new language as dearest.
what time
I can do that.
is it? Because
No.
the guild could be closed and we should probably very urgently get this matter to the guild leader. Cause golly, we ain't gonna have a good time if town goes bye-bye. Once we return that deed, that is.
Alright. Well, what would you guys like to do? So we'll assume you guys all got cleaned up. You guys are no longer smelling like sewer.
Dearish, it's
and
very
stuff.
possible, but they don't have a good intention, the Algerians.
Meh.
We should mention the rats to them. Just let us
All
stop
right.
one of Razen's plots.
So she basically starts heading to the guild. Depending
Let's
on
go
what
this one.
time it is.
I mean, you could assume it's like midday. There.
Then she heads there.
Okay. All right. So who is heading to the guild? I guess I would like you guys to stick together as a group. So, are you all ready to head to the guild?
Are we all ready?
This fight,
Yeah.
I need buddy.
There. I
I
would
can
like.
just imagine a little bit of ice stuck to Corey after the bath. I mean, shower. If she
Yes.
took a bath, the whole bath would be frozen.
Truth.
I mean,
Go shower
did
and
she
freeze the
do
bath,
the
buddy.
thing? Crystallizing water?
I mean, I guess you could ice and crystallize the water if you'd like to in the bath. It depending on the type of bath you wanted to take, it could be still warm water. Right? It's just like your
I'm
hot
just
cocoa. You can still
imagining
drink hot
The
cocoa.
second that she sits
Yes,
in,
freezes
it just
eventually.
turns to ice cube around her.
Yes. All right. So everybody, all of you guys ready to go to the guild?
I'm ready.
Sure.
All right.
Yeah.
You guys find yourselves in the halls of the Adventuring Guild of Pearlley.
Hold on, I gotta find where I came from again. I think it was Belarus. Forgot.
Pipe the
Kind of
things,
heads up
please.
to the front
It was
desk going,
near the it's near the
this is
tundra and
an
the
urgent
forest.
matter for the guild leader.
Yes, of course. Yes, he's been expecting you all. So if you're all ready, we can head right back right now.
Yes, it is very important for him to know this.
All right. So the attendee walks back, and you see her knock on the familiar door of Lord Vormir. You guys can hear the sound of the crowd fade behind you, and she says, "They're here." And he says, "Bring them in immediately." And you can see in that moment another like attendee kind of like leave, and he ushers you all in. The sounds of the other
come from a
guild
noble house.
slows down and quiets down as you guys walk in, and you are now in the presence of Lord Vormir, who says, "You have returned, hopefully with good news. What did you find?"
There is a lot to discuss, but we think we saw the man Razum within those sewers.
You
After
saw
traveling
Razum?
within, yes, he teleported away. We couldn't. After we got there, he tried to get the things within that sewer to get aggressive. Everything's fine.
The things in the sewer. What are you talking about?
Big
There's
giant.
in the letter ice pad.
I forgot to mention there was ratmen in the sewers.
Ratmen.
They were, yes.
And I believe that they were not under good leadership. That
BHM.
the man that was there commanded the bigger rat, which Daniel shot. And, well, we killed the big leader rat. And he teleported away. He clapped his hands and with an instant, gone.
To understand here, so you felled the leader of the Ratmen. What was the Ratmen's response to this? Did they come at you, or do they seem ravenous now without leadership?
They became friendly to our friend Daniel.
Daniel became.
I didn't understand them at the time because I didn't have
the king
rodent
of the
speak.
rats.
He became. Pardon me? What do you mean he became king of the rats?
When
In the sense
once someone kills a leader, they become the leader. Martyrdom, in a way.
Oh, very interesting. And he takes a moment to think here as he's trying to process all the information you showed with him. Did you, beyond
They
the
have a
rats,
strange culture of strictly following who falls their leader greater than. He doesn't speak the language.
Daniel.
I have to agree here with there. It's best if you keep this information under wraps, but if you guys are quite certain that the Ratmen pose no threat, then I'd say that is to our advantage.
Their old leader did. They wanted to work with Razum to do something horrible, but we told them to stop. And since Daniel's new king, he listens to him, so they're not much of a threat. And I'm assured that we will try to help them as best as we can. Try to figure things out. This is
What the Ratmen were doing. They were planning on flooding the city and poisoning the water supply.
Flooding
on
this-
Razum.
What? When was this set to happen?
We just encountered them. When we encountered them, the rat spoke after we defeated the Rat King, and that is what we were told. That was what Razum told them to do.
Very. Yeah, this is very
there were
troubling.
also big giant iron-eating slimes within those sewers.
It's one less plot of his in motion.
Iron eating. Wait a second. There were animate slimes?
Yes, and if you bumped into the walls, they would slowly move towards you, making it hard for you to get through them.
My
I
word.
saw Daniel shoot it with a gun, and I witnessed the bullet dissolve.
Asterisk, she sort of holds her arm.
It was horrifying, but with fire, they vanished. But if you made them too small, they would explode with fire.
Oh. So, if I'm understanding correctly, Razum was working with the sewer ratmen, and in turn was planning on poisoning the supply. I'm assuming releasing said slimes into there that are explosive if caught on fire.
That we're possibly more of the sewer water, but we don't know what they were going to poison the water with. But they were dead set on flooding town and poisoning the water, I guess. From what Diaz said.
This
I
is
mean,
quite
Augustine.
troubling. So, did you have any guys on where, or any information on where this Razum might be going next? Do we have any indication?
No, the Ratman didn't really seem to know where he came from, or only the leader knew of him, but that was before he was felled.
And I do wish for the Ratmen not to be harmed. I want them to be in a town where they can live on her own, like people. I do not wish them to be.
Well, to say the rat men in there, they're quite literally out of my jurisdiction. I'm not here to maintain or clean the sewers, and so long as they don't start invading Pearlley, I see no problem with them continuing to live their lives down in the sewers, or if they wanted to leave, that is up to them. That is not of my issues. But what is of my issues is figuring out what Razum is planning here. It seems that our timeline is getting quite close. I've had to take our message to the council, and they are already in discussions and deciding the vote of next steps, and it's not looking good. There. We have but a matter of days.
I'm suggesting we might consider calling an evacuation. We don't know when the due date might be, but shouldn't we take precaution in a time like this?
We should absolutely take precaution. But unfortunately, we don't want panic. If panic sets out, who knows what could happen? I mean, we could start seeing a race war for all we know happen between them. It's already tensions are high between the Belethane theocracy elves and ourselves. It's growing quite tense, and at that moment, you guys hear a knock at the door. And one of the attendees just kind of comes in and he says, "Sir, I have a note for you."
Amulet and destroyed an entire town. It may be best to.
Did anyone hear that?
Well, so an attendee kind of comes in, it has a letter, and hands it to Vormir.
Who is it?
And says, "Sir, this is urgent. Just wanted to give this to right away." And the attendee leaves. You can see Vormir take a moment. He takes the note out and says, what opportune timing here. It seems you have come at just the right time. We've just gotten a tip. One of our spies has been following some of the less desirable refugees over in Black Soul's End. And we've gotten a tip that there seems to be a meeting tonight of rebels. And if I were to place my money on it, I would bet a spokesperson or Razum himself might be there. In either case, we could get some more information on this. So what do you say? Would you be interested in infiltrating and just listening in?
Yes. I'm ready for a challenge. As long as this might mean in the future those rat men can be sent somewhere safer. I believe that would do anything. And she smiles.
He looks at you in the eyes and says, "Look, I cannot make any promises, but for those that
would let
be
the more human-looking ones in there."
I'll answer your question in a second. For those that would come to save our city, I could put in a very strong word and strong influence, and we may be able to make accommodations. I can't promise them access to living in Pearlley, but we may be able to give them something else as well.
To teach them how to fend for themselves and to fish for themselves. Maybe they could make their own civilization somewhere. We put another rat in charge, and there will be peace. They won't become bandits.
I mean, that is all nice and thoughtful, but if I'm quite honest here, the rat men are the least of our problems. We have a city in peril right now.
Yes.
And
this is our first focus.
And Daniel here brings up a very good point. You yourselves are, in fact, not Belethane elves. And as such, it may be more difficult as you might stand out, particularly you, Daniel, While I
The rats
understand
clearly
you
only
don't
want meat,
come from
so
here,
they might be hireable with meats.
It's very true, I guess. But yes, I might recommend finding a way to make yourselves less conspicuous. I'd say, Will. Hide a little bit more. Unfortunately, there's not much I can offer in the terms of magic, but what I can say, and maybe this will help, he writes down on a note and hands it over, reaches the note out to you.
Grab it. Yeah.
He says, "This is a money order. If you take it to the front desk, they will reward you for your payment. I am going to reward each of you 2,000 gold for the information and for halting the, well, dismantling at least one of Razum's clear plans and dangers to the city. I can't imagine what would have happened to even the future of life here if things had turned to poison as such. So please take the reward. You could use it as you see fit, of course, and from my understanding and information, tonight in Black Soul's End, according to our intel, Black Soul's End, in the Drewberry Tavern, there's going to be a secret meeting that could be handled not just in the tavern, but it seems to be another room within the tavern there. So, we don't have much information, but we do have the location and the time. It's going to be at 8 o'clock tonight. You may need to just find yourselves there a little sooner.
May I have the deed, Pink?
Amelia hands Corey the deed and also looks up and goes, hopefully we'll keep our eyes peeled out for any secret entrances.
Yes. Anything to make yourselves hidden or at least get the information inside. Even if the information isn't directly related to Razum, it can be quite valuable for helping us buy some time and understanding the plans. Because if the Belathane refugees act before we have a chance to do something, it may be too late for us to stop a conflict from happening.
We will try our best, sir.
Yes. Is there any other information you wish to provide or anything else that you think may be of help here?
Did he want the deed? I forgot who the deed was for.
It was another quest. It was just on the request board.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I already handed the paper to Corey.
I believe that was it.
Yep.
Unless there's something we forgot.
No, we pretty much said everything. Oh, yeah, Ash?
What about Ash?
She was in cahoots with Razum? Somehow? I can't remember. It's been a while.
Pardon me? What do you mean?
No, I'm saying this out of character. I can't remember.
Okay. I'm like, are you about to tell Lord Vormir that there is a co-conspirator and you know about it?
Yeah, Ash is the co-conspirator.
I just want to make sure you're not telling there. Who's the elf lady? Lady Ashlyn.
Ashlyn, not Lady Elfane.
Lady Elfane, you guys don't know about, but she is with the
Lady
Misfits.
Elfin?
With the Misfits?
Who's that?
Yeah.
Never heard of an elephant. Is she some sort of fish?
Ah.
It makes me happy making people laugh.
Yeah.
Alright, I won't say it.
Corey's still casually gathering around this thing.
Yes.
I believe that was it. We'll take our leave now.
Absolutely. Please report back any findings that you may have. Time is running short, and I fear for the worst if we do not stop these plans before they take in. And with that, you guys are ushered out of the room. Can I have each of you make a perception check here as you guys are leaving the room?
Oh boy.
I think I rolled the 50.
Okay, I just rolled a
Yes.
1.
All right, you definitely don't notice anything.
Okay, Oxford.
Okay. Pink,
15, 15.
I want you, all right, here's what's going to happen here. Oxygen and Daniel, you take notice of something unusual as you guys are walking down the hall. You're seeing, you guys have come to this place many times. Oh, no, sorry, Daniel, you don't notice. This is Corey. You don't notice. Sorry, I've got your numbers mixed up.
You noticed something?
Yeah, he does not notice this. As you guys are going down the hall, you guys have been here many times. At this point, you've come in and out. You've seen a lot of attendees, and while their names, faces, you don't really recognize or know, there is one attendee that is kind of standing out to you. They're a little bit, I don't know, different. Something's odd, and Pink in particular, you are smelling a familiar smell. Something
No.
as you're kind of smelling in the air, you're like, wait a second. This smells like the scent of Razum? The scent of that kind of mysterious man? There's something to it. But as you guys are watching, the attendee seems to be just very focused on work. Seems to have some letters and notes taking place. And you guys, before you have a chance to do anything further, are brought back to the front desk.
Amelia kind of sighs and
She turns in this deed quest.
All right. What is this music? It is just tavern music. That's just what it is. I just listed tavern music. Here's an explosion.
How much horse riding music?
No.
I could choose vocals on.
Wow.
Yeah.
Vibing.
Drink up. Good
I
talk.
will play the water, thank you.
Okay. So, you guys can turn in that one letter from Lord Vormir. Lord Vormir
Places it on this.
will pay each of you 2,000 gold. And then the quest for the deed, they are offering a reward of 3,000 gold for the return of that. And that's just 3,000 flat total. So
Whoever found it, they can take it. I don't need to go there.
Amelia kind of goes, should we split it since I was the one that found it?
The rats found it.
True, the rat did
Yeah,
find it.
Rats
I
did
will
find
be-
it.
I apologize. I will be right back.
Okay.
It sounds like horse riding. It's music.
I found it on the
You
quest
check on
board.
the horse.
No, there's a different, another one.
Yes. Ladies,
You're
look
drunk.
in the back. Congratulations.
You drunk and you fall over and hit your head.
No need to split it with me, or just take it.
Dearish, how should we split the 3K?
Split Itamon U4.
Asterisk, she rifles through it for a moment.
Or pocket it.
Still with a gun.
Dear knows.
You technically have a gun. It only shoots snowballs.
Yes. Need the snow cannon.
All right. Sorry about that. Okay. So, what would you guys like to do from here?
Asterisk, she shares 750 with the group, sort of hesitant to approach Amelia now.
750.
Did Amelia notice that she's hesitant?
Notice what?
Do you notice that Corey's hesitant towards you?
Huh. What's wrong, Amelia? I mean, Corey.
What's wrong with Amelia?
What is wrong in life?
What's wrong, Corey? You look hesitant. There's no need to be afraid of me. Oh.
Hmm?
I think
But
we
that
all got
what?
750.
Did you all get 750? Because I think
No,
750 is split 4 ways. Because
Yeah,
there's
it's 4
3,000
ways.
totals.
I told him that
I get
put him with 4.
3,000.
I don't need the money.
Okay.
I don't need the money.
So 750 is what you got, Daniel. Plus another 2,000 from Lord Vormir for the other.
Indiri she doute
information.
l'attaqueuse, we are teammate.
Did Corey share with group? Because I'm
You
like
don't know what
struggling
you
to
did back there.
think.
It
I'm
makes
not
sense now.
good at
The boy,
dividing.
the ring launching at you. You are.
Yes.
That's how much.
You got 2,750.
Altogether.
Okay.
So,
TMG. He's happy that he doesn't have to do it every set.
did you
Every
notice
Friday night.
that? You don't remember. You are. What you mean? Of course that. Rats. Which
You're old.
You're a wolf.
she starts kind of looking off and goes, silly. Nonsense.
Fucking Twilight meme.
Amelia is kind of like nervously
Vampire and
laughing.
werewolf.
She has a phobia of wolf.
I cannot understand that. After all, deer and wolves usually.
Where do you come from exactly?
Did you see that strange person that we saw before? They smells very odd.
Amelia.
I mean,
Just watching in the back.
she's just like, ugh.
Avoidance de question.
I actually don't really know.
TMG fucking forgot it
I
was
forgot.
VND night, so I am just gonna be half AFK fishing in Stardew Valley.
Okay.
Fair enough.
It was somewhere around the mountains. She kind of like searches around her satchel, very inconsistent, and goes, I don't know where my map is right at the moment, but I can assure you that she kind of, I'm like freezing, I don't know what to say.
Did you not pick a location?
I
Waiting
don't
to
think
hear
I
what-
did. I can't remember.
Yeah. It can smell like wet dog, lady.
I just can't remember where it is in my file of folders. I swear I put it down somewhere.
You know, when we were talking to Lord Vormir, I fell off my chair. That was that big clatter noise I heard through the phone.
Oh my gosh. Such is life.
Sorry I'm taking so long. I literally am looking through my folder trying to find where I
Okay.
posted it.
Hi, TV. Are you laying on the floor?
I can't remember what I named the map.
So, what would you guys like to do next?
I mean, Amelia
sky?
was saying that there was that strange person was very sketch.
Yes, but they work for the guilds. It's gonna be hard to question them.
I know. They just didn't smell right. Something about their smell reminded me of some kind of that man. But we
She said
were
it
in
looks
the
over
sewer
her
for
shoulder
who
at the
knows.
person they passed seconds ago. She looked like she wanted to say more, but she held her tongue for now.
Well, I can't find it.
I mean,
Ah, there it is.
I did not. They're most likely to not notice that you're not in the house.
What? I couldn't catch that, I'm sorry.
Found in this area. Can't remember.
So it's near the desert.
Kind of more towards the mountains.
Hmm.
HMNH.
Okay. Like,
Okay.
Should
We
we
should
look at the lead we
probably
got?
focus on the lead and focus on not letting this town get destroyed by something. We need to prepare ourselves for tomorrow.
Infiltration, but the human ones can't go for some reason.
Everybody can go. I will say this. You guys can all go. You guys just need to figure out your strategy and approach.
Hmm. Yeah,
I'm
like
going to
sliding.
hide my ears within my hair. Anyways, not many people can really see my hair.
I'll probably go to a place where it's not so
I would like
public.
to meet with them, but I do want to hear what they have to say.
She's not going to confess. fair lore.
Confess.
She kept on brushing it away, just going, let's focus on the mission because this place is probably gonna go kablooey.
Let's how about we go to the tavern and discuss this in like a corner booth?
Yes.
Let's not be
Okay.
so loud and stand in the middle of the guild.
No, your group moves over, and you find yourselves a quiet tavern. Since it is still kind of midday, it doesn't have too many individuals in it, and you guys are able to find kind of like a corner area to have your conversation.
No.
Can Salty fucking stop trying to sleep with other people?
Who?
Well, Salty isn't currently here? Huh?
Salty?
Who's that? It's not in our group.
Salty?
Don't know who that is.
Oh,
Just
salty.
orders what are.
All right. So, you guys are here in the tavern?
She kind of like orders a bit of meat scraps.
Okay.
Is the food
There's a-
salty?
Oh.
He's talking about
Okay.
in Stardew.
Yeah, Dave, we don't need the Stardew updates. Because if I'm quite honest here, I'm trying to focus on the session. And I
Yes.
don't really
You're
care much.
confusing me with who the
So-
fuck Salty is gonna sleep with.
So she basically goes, okay, Daniel has his hood, which will conceal his ear. I'm assuming elf people have sharper ears. Then again, I don't recall seeing elves. So I'll hide my ears behind my hair, and you guys are pretty much fine.
All right.
Orders de mid.
If you guys are ordering food and stuff, just keep track of it in the shop sheet so you guys can
Yeah,
remember how much
open
there.
that stuff.
SANDWHICH.
Eats meat scraps.
Okay.
Is it? Forgot what it was. Tavern. There we go.
Okay.
We'll stop playing Stardew. That's
Yeah.
your.
Yes. Stardew addiction real.
I don't see mead.
There should just be ale. Just go for that
Ale?
Oh,
for
so
right now.
just go ale.
Yeah, just go for ale.
Amelia kind of comes down once she gets her meal, kind of like gnawing on a more bonier part of the meat scrap.
Probably get the comfortable meal.
I mean, with the foot I have, it should hide my ears. It shouldn't really pop up.
Yeah,
Mhm.
so
And if they speak
we just
Elvish,
walk in like everything is normal and try to not act suspicious.
So, what would we state our business being there as?
Hmm. Huh. I don't know if official guild business would be odd.
it's the refuge. Let's not say that. We're not from the guild. That's not a good idea.
How about we're out of town and we've come here to socialize?
I wouldn't be too surprised if they already know us in a way.
Yeah, we're not exactly humans or elves. I know
Amelia
only-
kind of taps her finger, going, well, most of us are, well, only 2 of us are pretty much human. You 3 will be fine.
Okay. So, what are you guys deciding here that you would like to do? You guys would like to go to that tavern and just, like, blend in?
Yeah,
In a
pretty
sense?
much is what I am thinking.
Okay.
Really?
Yeah, Daniel could be on guard in case things get
You won't know you get caught.
rough. We still have the feathers, right?
No, those feathers got burnt up.
Oh.
I gotta buy it. How much is feathers? I don't know where they are.
They're of particular magic items. They're not normally, yeah, they're not normally available.
Can we check out that? You know that bazaar?
Oh yeah, the black market?
The magic that the thing you talked about. I remember you posted a message about it. See if they have the feathers.
They might.
Or see what else they have. And browse the
I
stuff.
could check the black market.
This is pretty much a magic black market.
Zaz, you disappeared. Everything
give me a second.
disappeared.
Hear me out. I've got an idea. I'm
What
just trying
happens?
something. Don't worry about it.
Who? Okay. Excellent.
Teeny tiny little deer.
Why am I so small?
So small.
I'm seeing.
Tiny little deer. I pet your head with my pinky finger because I would crush you by accident.
If you pet me, I will hit you with the loot. Don't touch me.
Oh no.
Oh, a teeny tiny little loot.
Oh,
That's me.
Realize since more of us are
It's okay.
talking here, I can actually use indicators right here.
Question mark?
Just a
We get
moment.
special icons.
Yes. That's all I'm doing. I'm setting this up.
What is this?
It's giving
Oh yeah,
more
it
of a
was the
visual.
magic bazaar
Yes.
near the enchanter.
Oh,
Let's go
yeah.
check that place out.
Yes.
How do
That.
Do you have the inventory for that place flushed out, or?
Yeah, I've got it. I mean, so it's gonna have specialty items. You'll have to talk to the individual there. But I, of course, will play that individual that you talk to. So, okay, there we go. I just wanted to add a little more visibility when you guys speak, since I have
Except
that.
for Daniel.
Well, it's fine. I'm not forcing anyone to speak. I'm just putting that when you guys
Yeah.
speak, it now has a visibility sign.
Asterisk probably stuffed her snow rat in backpack.
Its little head is just peeking out, and Amelia's kind of giggling at it.
Yes.
Leave my cat
She-
alone.
Amelia kind of
Meat
looks
frozen
at
carrots.
the little snow rat and goes, "What a little cute snow rat! It's so impressive that you can make your snowmen into sentient animals."
I figured it out recently.
And I did.
He did say it was later
Yeah.
tonight or just tomorrow.
It is tonight at 8 p.m.
Well,
let's start heading out, guys. By the time we get there, it might be a bit darker than it is now.
Yeah, let's blend in and find out.
All right, so are you guys heading... Where are you specifically heading? Are you heading to the bazaar? Are you heading to the Drewberry
I want to
Tavern?
check the bazaar first.
Okay.
Yeah,
Then,
let's see
go
if
to the
they
bazaar.
have the feathers.
Okay. So you guys make
Where's
your
the
moves,
thing? Oh.
and you find yourselves in a very curious shop. You go in, and a little bell rings, and you hear just kind of a sound of somebody says, "I'll be right there, but please take a look around. I'll be with you in a moment." As you guys are looking around this mysterious bazaar, you're seeing a lot of what you could best describe as ingredients for potions. You're seeing eyes of newt. You're seeing little tentacles. You're seeing hair float around, as well as a variety of crystals
oxygen?
and different objects. As you guys are glancing around, all of a sudden, a peculiar old lady steps out. She's quite an old elf, if you will, and she takes a moment and steps out and says, "Yes, how may I help you today?" It's clear that she is quite wise and has been doing this for a long time.
We are intriguing if you have certain
Asterisk distracted an upside down
feathers
bottle.
that, when waved around, signaled to the other feather, creating a burning effect for the other.
Yes, a feather of signal is what you're looking for. Of course I can get that for you.
But IVE comme tout peruse your stock.
Also gets distracted by upside down bottle.
As you guys are looking at the bottle, there it's like,
That's amazing, lady.
yes, it is leaking in my bottle. It is how it works. It's to distill, if you will, the peculiar chemicals that I am looking for. And as she goes, and you can see her reach into a bag, and she pulls out a fluff of feathers and throws it on the table in front of you and says, "Yes, these feathers are the ones you talk about. They are, of course," and she grabs two of them and waves them in front of you, and nothing happens. And she looks at you and says, "Regular old feathers, but of course with just the right touch of magic." And you can see her reach down, and she grabs what seems to be some kind of powder, and she goes, and the feathers all of a sudden, like, get sucked, like this little powder, like, sticks on to the feathers. She says, "With the right touch of magic," and now she grabs one feather and whooshes it, and they both combust immediately, just burst into flame and kind of come down
What is that powder
together.
called? Oh,
Yes, well, it is an old powder, not common, monsieur, in Belethane. No, you must go to our old neighbors in Zagzig to find such a rare powder. I believe it is called Rulestone. Rulestone powder. It's very got intriguing properties, almost as one that would keep it together, and when separated, it tends to react in unusual ways. See, this stone wants to be pulled together, wants to find friend, but when it can't, and when you wave the feather, we found that it combusts in
asterisk
separation.
tiny eyes.
But of course, if you're looking to get your hands on such special feathers, I, of course, can do so for you.
Why, of course.
Yes, how many feathers do you desire?
Just 2.
2? Just 2. Well, and she takes a moment and says, and splashes some powder on
As
it.
this big elf chuckles, put her in a better mood. DJ.
And who should I make these feathers out to? Would it be you, my dear little fae? Or would it be you, our bludgeoning werewolf?
Amelia kind of like stutters and kind of goes, I don't know what you mean. And she like sweats.
I have met many mystical creatures in my day. You cannot hide your true being from me. Even your little tin man back there cannot hide his being from me.
Face darts to Amelia's direction.
Amelia kind of looks around and goes,
Lycanthropie.
but of course, where creatures are seen as not very admirable.
Who in the heck is Tin Man?
Well, yes, all of us have our own secrets, I presume, and maybe we'll come in them in our own time. And she hands over the feathers and says, My, it has been so long since I've met such a peculiar group. What are you planning to do with such
What do you know about the
feathers? What do I know of Fae? Oh, dearie. I know much about Glaciath. Many in my days, in my travels, have I
Would like
met
magic?
such one.
3.
But I'm more interested, if I'm honest, in Barrison. I'm certain you haven't met Barrington in a long time, if at all. I'm certain your friend Glaciath would know Barrington quite well. Barrington is one of my favorites. I like to have my tea with him every once in a while.
Must be
Barrington?
interesting.
Don't worry about the ramblings of one old lady. I grow lonely in my time. It's rare to see such
Eyes are as wide as
curious
templates now,
folk.
JJDD.
Curious folks coming in here. I sense that these feathers are to be used for something interesting. And then, if I were to ask here, what brought your interest into my shop to come look for such feathers?
Well, it's not very common to find these feathers, and if you say that this powder is not found usually anywhere else, then an enchantress like you could have been helpful.
Enchantress, dear, I would never stoop to something so low. No, I only simply ask because the item that you came in searching for is not one that you would find, quite honestly, anywhere. No stores, no shops, because what you were looking for was a peculiar, what do I say, invention of my own? An idea that I
Amelia's
came up
eyes
with?
light up and goes, fascinating.
Yes, I am the only one that has done this peculiar combination.
Invention?
Well, experimentation, you come to its own. I call it my own creation, which I've called the
It's
signal
impressive.
feather. Well, of course. Much exploration and world travel will teach you many great things, which is why, and she takes a moment and picks up a little vial and just kind of glances at it.
What
Why?
if we told you someone showed us this particular feather?
Oh, see, you're getting ahead of me, old boy. See, when you travel the world and venture to many places, you see a lot. and you understand a lot, which is to say, I'm certain you've met a mutual friend of ours, as there is only one such individual I am aware of that has come asking for this before.
Sweats.
Maybe we have a mutual acquaintance? Oh, there's no need to worry, dear. What you do with the work in my creations is
Question mark.
none of my business, but I do wonder, how is our friend Whisper doing? I heard she ran for the hills.
Amelia looks
Asterisk, she seems pretty in war
dumbfounded.
to add asterisk DGD.
Are you, like, able to read our minds or something?
Dear, I am no mind reader. I am just simply an old lady who has many, many stories to tell, many adventures to have, and just curious. You only
is your
learn
name?
through asking
What can I call you?
questions. Ah, you can of course call me Lisa Greymantle. Sorceress, witch, wizard, brewer, whatever you wish to call me there, but Lisa Greymantle shall do.
Do you mind, I call you Lisa?
Sure, why not, my dear? And what might I call you?
Amelia.
Nice to
Ah,
meet you.
Amelia, so good. And she reaches out her hand to kind of shake yours.
She carefully shakes her hand.
Oh, my dear, quite the hands you have here, quite the decorations, a love for flowers.
She kind of nods and goes, yes, flowers are quite beautiful.
Oh,
Well,
absolutely. Quite beautiful. But I sense that you love a peculiar type of flower, One that I even was expecting to receive. But none of my business. There, some packages do get lost.
I do love me some flowers as well.
It happens.
Oh, oxygen. What were those herbs you had once?
So, is there any other items you might be desiring, or special treatments you might be looking for? I'm certain I have some anti-sleep medicine I could brew for you. It helps keep you quite awake.
Yes.
I better be careful with that stuff.
I've been thinking
After all,
about
sleep
Amaryllis
is
recently.
very important.
Amaryllis? Ooh. Oh, I haven't heard that one in a minute. Would you like some Amaryllis?
What's a rafflesia?
Rafflesia? Have you not encountered the Rafflesia plant? Of course the Rafflesia plant, and she goes and she pulls out a little book and goes... Pulls it open and shows you a picture of a rafflesia. A rafflesia, as best described, is not just any kind of flower. No, it's a special bloom, one that, if you're not too careful, might just take a little nibble of you too. And what you can best describe here is what is a Venus flytrap looking kind of flower. It looks like petals, but it seems to have kind of like spiky teeth at the ends. It's just kind of opened up as flower.
Plants vs. Zombies. Chomper.
I remember plants that nibble. Huge. A tree. Wait.
The rafflesia is a very old plant, only accustomed to very ancient areas and forests. Very hard to come by here, but maybe if you were traveling in, like, the Raw Peninsula, you might find something there.
What an interesting place. Haven't heard of a place like that.
Oh, and yes, I would in fact like some Amaryllis.
Amaryllis? Absolutely, dear. And she goes and shuffles through and it's like, how many can I get you?
I haven't heard of carnivorous plants much, but we did find a Traxel. I heard there were so many.
Oh, Traxels? I don't think I've ever encountered specifically a Traxel. Just so you know, Oxygen, Amaryllis does cost 5,000 gold each. One second, what is Mac eating? Oh. Sorry.
Yes, they're
How
dino
much of those do
flowers
you
now.
need?
Can't even bite. Oh no.
Oh,
Sad
and how much
moment.
did the feathers cost us?
Oh, for you,
Fucking
dears,
snake.
I honestly, the entertainment is good enough. I'll charge you not a penny, not a gold coin. But I simply
I
just
thank
want to
you.
charge you but one question. Answer me one question, they're free of charge. In fact, I'll even give you more, if you so want it.
Hey, ask away.
Of course, of course.
Mark.
Just one simple question. What adventurers like you, who have been wandering about our town for a while, making yourselves quite well known, if I would say, has to do with such a fellow as dark and dubious as Razum?
So you're not about him too, hmm?
My dear, I know a great many things. I have lived in Pearlley most my life. I lived here before the Algarian invasion. I lived here, well, long after. And I shall be here long after this rebellion is quelled, either by the Algarians or by Razum himself. In either case, as long as I'm here and there are stories to tell, I'll always have something of interest. Hmm?
I'm fascinated by the fact that you have quite a supply of flowers.
Of course! I am a connoisseur of many things across the land. There. Still, much of this goods could come
I
at a
honestly want to talk
cost.
if we can help it. Where do you plan to go if this city becomes inhabitable?
I could try to write in good words
Oh,
flowers.
if this city were to become inhabitable, I mean, I could start again, find a new place there, because I have many connections there. Maybe I'll go follow Borimin once again. But still, answer my question. What do outsiders know of the struggles of the Belethane theocracy?
She kind of looks down, unsure. I guess that there's been a lot of suffering? Or was that conflict?
Admirable, but what is
Mayat
this suffering
non
conflict
Lutino
mean
a
to
Great
you?
Maniou don't want to see more bloodshed.
I mean, I was taught that suffering is not the best.
I heard there was a lot, but you're more worried about the Algerians taking away homelands.
Does
Oxy-
my merchant discount apply? Pleading face.
Yes, and you can look in crafting materials kind of specifically, too. Well, I guess if you're making certain potions, you'd throw them here in crafting. But yes, your merchant discount, of course, applies. And I think I have that already set up in crafting, your 20% discount.
She
So
feels
you could just
tough
put them in there.
Please give discount.
Yes. He is
Yes.
merchant. He gets discount.
Oxygen buys the things.
So she takes a moment and she looks and eyes you up and down and says, "So, I am to believe that you're doing such a service out of the kindness of your heart? Morbid curiosity? What even brings you to this moment?"
I mean, it's more of just being in the moment with friends and to make peace with people.
And what will you do after you, let's say, find Mr. Razum, after you find this young Algarian, this young boy who has such hatred for his own, what will you do then?
I just don't understand why someone could have so much hatred for people.
No. How old are you, child?
I'm 23.
Who says kindness that will be on empty, plus
Well.
my undead heartily in could care for just gold, but who's to tell?
In my 300 years of exploration and journeys across the land, let me tell you, there have been always two sources of seemingly infinite energy. One source, of course, is that provided by the divines, their grace that bless all of us with their wondrous magic, always seems infinite. And the other is the hatred that one feels for another, particularly when they feel wronged and when they see something different. Ignorance bleeds,
to repay a favor for his unprovoked attack upon me.
breeds hatred. And hatred leads to misguidance, war, eradication. So I ask again, what can you do to fight hatred? Because the hatred of Razum is seeping into the very bones of this city. Razum isn't the source of it, you know. Razum is just the outcome of the hatred.
But maybe trying to lend out a hand. Maybe somewhere in there lies somewhat good. Even though it's been seeping into this world, could there be something within him?
For a moment.
Good.
Thinking of home.
Well, what I wish to say simply is,
If you know Razum personally,
If-
mayhaps I learned wars makes war.
Razum, personally, you're right. War does make war. Violence
I would
breeds
still like to talk
violence.
to them.
Hate
Being dragged into
breeds
this.
hate.
I wasn't expecting to get into something so big.
But the truth of the matter is, Razum is but a symptom of the disease. See, Razum found opportunity. Razum didn't breed opportunity. He didn't create the hatred. No, that hatred came from the Algarians. The Algarians brought their hatred into our lands, into our humble, peaceful lands. And with such hatred comes repercussions for those who do not understand it. See, if you snuff out Razum, what message do you think you're sending to those foolish rebels? What happens to them if a leader is killed? Do they
We
stop?
weren't talking about killing the man.
What do you plan on doing with him? Imprisoning him? Making him a
He
martyr?
becomes a martyr.
Exactly.
He becomes a martyr.
What do you understand happens when the leader you so callously follow is killed in front of you? Is imprisoned?
You do horrible things.
Yes. War. War is forever.
It solidifies why they're doing what they're doing.
Exactly. War never changes.
To that he say war never
But to
change.
be honest, we are worried for this town because of what he wants.
Of course. He wishes what one thing? Bloodshed, violence, death. But what do you think will happen if he gets what he wants? Will he stop?
He'll move on to the next, and then the next.
So I ask you today, is Razum the problem?
No.
Or is there
war
something
is
more?
A problem.
But, of course, war is bred into us from birth.
I don't
Is it
think
not?
so.
We are all destined to be at each other's throats, to have transgressions, to have these feelings of hatred.
That's not what I was taught. I was taught from a very young age that we can live at peace, but even with
Would they be open to treaty of
disagreements,
peace or is it death
there
that
can
on
be
this war pass?
ways to make the disagreement work. Even if it can get serious.
Compromise, of course, brings
I
power.
was taught that my people were hunted for generations. I don't know how to make peace with that.
See, it is the truth. When war happens and infiltrates even the young, it is all they know. And when violence breeds violence, the cycle continues. But I ask you, if we were to look at the situation from a different lens, right? What do you think the Algarians think of all that is going on?
They're probably happy
Happy?
that they get their way, tormenting somebody
Standing in the corner
to do
with my
their
nose
whims.
in my notes.
Think of this, dearie. What are the Belathane refugees to the Algarians? What is the old
Nothing
empire?
more than little ants to step upon.
Oh, no, dear.
Worthless pest.
They're
An
not
obstacle.
pests. They're not even an obstacle.
Nothing more than cannon fodder.
No. There's something even worse than that. They're the enemy. You see, when you can point to someone to be below you, to someone to hate, you could so easily start to ignore the other problems going on. Such as what I hear: war, battles, other causes. All right, give me 1 second. I gotta get this dog outside. Fine. Go outside. This little strife here is but a distraction, is it not? And what will the Algarians do if they hear that their problem, their lesser beings, are causing issues? What would they do?
I don't know.
Dearie, I think you know very well what they would do.
You know what they would do, it's rather ugly.
Yes, you know very well, my dear friend. It's a pun. Yes, genocide. See, when one group feels they are superior to another, and you have you give even the poorest individual someone to hate, they'll gladly give you all that they have to continue breeding that hatred. So what can we do to end such cycles of hatred? What point is there to end such cycles of hatred? If Razum is nothing more than some Algarian chap who has taken it upon himself to breed a cause.
She kind of like is stuck in thought, unsure how to respond.
I wish only to perplex and put you with questions. I sense that many of you haven't considered the complexities of our situation, have you? No, you've just willingly just gone forward with a clear, we'll just take down the one and all of our issues will be handled, right?
We will figure out why this problem has happened and how we could take measures to seal the leaks within the pipe that have burst with hatred.
Oh, my dear. What happens to such...
Will.
And in this moment, you can see her lift up a small little vial.
I suppose
It's
asking
empty.
the Algerians to go away is feasible.
And you see her take her thumb and place it over the vial. And she goes,
Looks up.
Wasran Sulin. And in Elvish, it translates, create water. She puts it over the vial, and water starts pouring from her thumb into the vial. She's holding it there,
Nice.
holding it there, and she says, what happens when you just suppress all of the hatred? When you bottle it up
It
and
might
force it not
burst.
there. And as she holds it, you see the bottle start to shake. It's full. If you hold it in too long, and in that moment,
Then
glass
come on.
shatters everywhere,
You
Two.
are born to
even
explode.
into her hand there. And
Oh.
she could see just little bits of blood. There's flowing from the glass shards. Right there. And in another wave, she waves her hand, and you could see the scratches and the cuts just heal themselves as the little pieces of glass kind of fall
I was
out.
very distracted
she's
by
like,
free
"Yes."
water.
It bursts. So, let me get this straight. You're in a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation, correct?
I never thought of it this way. I thought that helping could be why we have so much hatred.
I have a question for thee. What do you propose?
Oh, I am no strategist or one to make suggestions, just an old lady, but I've seen many cities and nations rise and fall, and I think back in particular to this old nation when I was a child, the nation of Zapian. Oh, the lessons we learn from history. And the torment that happened. See, you all are much too young to remember such a city, and if I was, in my youth days, the time of this city of Zapian just seemed to vanish out of nowhere. The king fell, and a new nation rose. The nation of the Algarians. And what I have seen in my many years from this is that the Algarians continue to breed hate, breed all of this war, and they do so by causing notable conflict and strife. And as well, it is believed their leadership might have some, how do we say, ulterior motives. But in what I have learned from my own studies and research, it starts with miscommunications. It starts with changing truth, changing what we are seeing. It starts with breeding a world of hate, hating one another, making it so that they cannot come together. She takes a moment and thinks. So what do I propose? Well, I think we know all too well that if the Algarians have their way and are given a reason, they will in fact kill all of the refugees. Correct? And if we do nothing, the refugees will rise up and fight the Algarians, and maybe if they're fortunate enough and have enough power or enough strategies, they'll retake Pearlley. And then what will happen? Bloodshed of all the Algarians? Everyone being killed there because they've been told to hate each other for decades? Curious. So if no matter what we do, we have hatred, what could we do instead? What could we do
DMEDXAZ a question.
maybe remedy this in a different way?
Bring,
Dialogue.
I would say bring joy. And maybe something more than just hate.
Well, there is...
How near you are.
Whoa,
At
loud?
home,
Am I
we
too loud?
celebrate and hold festival.
What was loud?
Loud.
If I need to turn something down. Yes.
Speaker Gober.
Okay. I don't want to blow out anybody's speakers or anything, so that's why the music... Oh, the music went loud. Okay, I can turn the music down a little bit.
I think it was the drums.
Okay, the drums did there. Apologize. I don't want to blast out your guys' eardrums. Yes. Dears, in my many years, I have seen constantly the cycle of war and hatred. But I have never once seen a cycle of understanding. You understand now that this city that was taken from the Belethane theocracy just 2 decades ago, the people that had their very lives here, their homes taken from them, now live in poverty on the outskirts in these shanty towns just outside of the city. And in there stands the Algarians, who prominently call the land their own. You have hatred from the Algarians who see the Belethane's elves as dirty people. And you have hatred from the Belethanes who see the Algarians as thieves, as mongers of war.
Where does the hate start?
The hate starts at the individuals. It starts with the Algarians.
So what if we walk from the start and try to figure out how
And what
this
we're
spread?
is?
What bred the Algarians' hatred? We could talk for hours on that. But I think we have something else to focus on. She takes a moment to pause and think, says, I am but an old lady. I've been here for a long time, and I apologize for taking up much of your time. But what if we were to make a change? instead of separating out those that would be considered undesirable, we integrated them. We brought them in, forced those to work together, and while they all hate one thing, they would need a reason to work together. No?
Because of the hate of the Algarians.
Mm-hmm.
They can share a simple dislike.
Exactly.
You're a
And she-
genius.
What if instead we used Razum as a cause to hate instead? A mutual hatred, if you will.
That sounds wonderful.
If instead of having Razum become a martyr, we have Razum become a unified cause. Yes?
I think we could work something out.
See, Razum holds a dear secret, does he not?
Well,
As I've mentioned before, this shadow leader that they know nothing about, he himself
we've never tried talking to him.
is positioned and looked upon as the leader of the Belethane rebels and these revolutionists that are ready to uprise and try to throw out the city, willing to take drastic measures and die for this man that they know nothing about, speaks well of their cause. But if we were to uncover maybe some truth of Razum, maybe we might have something more to offer.
Maybe we could try to see if we could work
Is there
together.
anyone who has proof of Razum's Algerian's origin?
After all,
Ooh,
being cooped up in a place like this doesn't get a lot of adventure, other than stories.
the information you seek is not accessible to such peasants as ourselves and such inadequate
Just seemed a little
individuals,
lost
if you
on
would
it and
say.
Continue to mumble in deerish.
But it may be accessible to old archives, if you will. Maybe those who had been here since the beginning, kept track of the cities, or had records to show this. Maybe we could show that Razum is not who he portrays himself to be.
I have an idea of who might have.
If you could find such access, such information, and if such way we could expose the truth of said Razum, well, you now have a weakened cause. And furthermore, if one were to then unify those against said Razum, we might find an alternative solution. I mean, it's not like Razum tried to do anything that might permanently damage Pearlley, right? Or cause the
No.
death of all of its citizens, correct?
No, you're wrong.
Oh.
He ordered to poison the water to Pearlley and flood this town. This is...
I'll let my dog in 1 second.
It's okay.
You wanted to bring an elder dragon to Pearlley.
He was planning,
What?
but is there no way to talk to him?
What was that? What was he planning, my dear friend?
To poison the water and flood this town. To poison the people of higher up. Or whatever it was.
Poison the
And-
town. But what is also I hear of this of an elder dragon?
I don't. What do you mean, Daniel?
I wanted to bring no elder dragon to trample Pearlley.
He destroyed a town with an elder dragon.
Oh, if only there was evidence of such a matter. If there was witnesses to such actions, and what connection could there possibly be to such Razum and such an elder dragon that could destroy towns?
I am such witness and have the amulet.
But you are an outsider, no? Not a trusted individual, one that might have strong reputations within Pearlley? Strong connections, even?
Lady Ash.
Oh, my dear Lady Ashlyn. Lady Ashlyn. Oh, what choices she made. When we were children, we were inseparable. But of course, she saw things a little bit differently than I did, and, well, we made our own choices, but she is, of course, the single most reputable and, of course, direct bloodline here in Pearlley.
So, do you think we might
Direct
need
bloodline?
her for this?
Oh, I don't know of anything. I'm just here chatting, proposing, asking questions, if you will. But if it were my younger days, and I were some sort of adventurer once again, maybe if we had connecting evidence to show that the city of Pearlley was to be destroyed, and a reason for it to be destroyed, and expose such an individual as doing so to both sides of the fight, they might put down their swords, or more steer them in another direction.
So Razum is using us.
No, I wouldn't say I know if Razum is using you. No, but have you considered that
Razum
There-
wants someone to expose him.
or
I see. I suppose if it means less lives will be lost, but I don't think H is a lost cause is all.
what motivations could you be having? Who is giving you information? How are you finding information here? Who really is pulling the strings?
Amelia's again lost in thought. Could have been the guild leader?
The divine.
Oh, the guild leader, Lord Vormir, the noble? Why would he? In
I
any
did smell
case,
a person that smelled like Razum in that guild. But we have no way to really ask them. Their smell smelled too familiar.
Oh, right.
And what's to say we don't have someone that
Sure, go and roll
also
for
was in
knowledge.
contact with the man?
All right.
We might.
Corey, you have had an epiphany, and I'm going to break it down for you in 1 minute. I gotta go check on my wife. And then I will break it down for you guys exactly what is being said by this riddly old lady, as you have now understood. So, lady, here's your chance to fix the lag, and I'll be right down.
Lady, thank you for lagging for me in my stead. So far, you bear the weight of my lag. Yes, thank you. Appreciate it. Nope, I'm still on hotspot. I'll have to keep checking, like, what I have left. There should be a technician coming out tomorrow morning, and I'll have to set an alarm and stuff, but hopefully Wi-Fi will be back on by then. What's it doing? Like, I tried to get it to generate Nibusan, like, from scratch, because I was lazy, but it refused to make a fox with a short tail. Like, no matter how much I changed the text, it did not work. Oof. Yes. When I was trying to make Augustine, like, in the jungle thing, it just refused to not generate him carrying the loot. So when I said, like, subjects fishing or whatever, it would literally just make his loot a fishing pole. Amazing, I know.
Okay. Are you guys ready?
Yeah.
Yes.
This is something you're probably going to take some notes down, but I'm going to give you the breakdown because, Corey, you have had an epiphany, and basically you have looked at the stars here, you've heard something, and all of a sudden, all the processing, it all clicks. Your adventures in Pearlley started as you
Someone
guys
take these notes for me. I am playing Stardew.
Okay. You guys have come in to Pearlley under the guise and the information of a single note left by Razum instructions to an individual across a country, right, with a mate to bring over an elder dragon. The elder dragon's original and full course was to head directly to Pearlley, completely unconnected to Razum. But when those plans got obstructed, they needed to change. When you guys came in, the very first person you spoke to was the guild leader about this threat of Razum. And he snuffed it down a little bit. He said he's got other things to deal with. He doesn't seem to care. Then, as you guys gathered some more information, continued doing some digging, you came back. And all of a sudden, the guild leader started getting tips, information, stuff to draw you closer to Razum. Warehouse, the going into the sewers, even guiding you there. And now another tip to go to a town to learn more. But what is he actually doing? He's using you to snuff out plans under the guise that hopefully you guys will be able to deal with the elvish problem. But here's the thing. Even if you get rid of Razum, the elvish problem in the minds of the Algarians will still be there. And the genocide that will take place as an effect will still happen because they have enough fuel. As such, the Guildmaster has been using you guys to stir up issues so Razum acts directly, giving them, the Algarians, a reason to actually purge Black Soul End. At the same time, Razum is an Algarian himself. Razum is directly connected to Lord Boromir. You're not sure exactly how, but they are connected. And Razum is going to play the role of martyr. But there's still one missing connection here. Why? Why do they want a war in the city of Pearlley? Why do they want this conflict to happen? Why was it somewhat okay for the entire city to be poisoned and killed? That is the current missing piece of the puzzle. But what you do know is that you guys were being taken advantage of. And there's one other connection. One that you haven't fully made yet. Which is with the Traxel. The Traxel is a sign. A sign of mishunting, misuse of the land, but it's a bad omen. A sign of death. And you don't know too much about Traxels, but at least what you were given very early on when you returned the Traxel head is that where Traxels follow, death comes soon. And so, what you know right now, and what she's proposing is a plan, is that if you take action and make Razum a martyr, you will instead incite a war and violence within the city of Pearlley, killing most people. But instead, if you make Razum the enemy, a traitor, prove with evidence and key witnesses like Lady Ashlyn, who enchanted the amulet that was set to bring, and even to her knowledge, she didn't know full of Razum's plan. But yet, maybe she did. But if you could prove with an accountable, trustworthy witness, you could prove with a note, prove with the amulet, and do it in such a way that while both sides are neck and neck, you have Razum exposed, instead of making Razum a martyr, you'll make Razum an enemy. A shared enemy amongst weak people. So, does this all connect? Do you guys have any specific questions? This is all still to say.
Traitor!
Lady Ash confesses at this rebel meeting?
That is, I'm gonna leave it to you guys to talk about what to do next here.
So who are we going to use as witnesses?
The truth of it, though, is even if Lady Ashlyn confesses to just the rebels, right? The Algarians' plan is still in motion, correct? You still have Lord Boromir, who has been moving a plan forward with all the evidence that you've been bringing against Razum. As evidence, even if he's saying he's trying to protect, it's evidence. They're playing chess right now. And you guys
So
have
we
been
steal
their
his
pawns.
plans. Why not steal his plans then? ruin the plan.
Could you provide false evidence to make him do something else? Like, what do you
Yes.
mean? What are you proposing? False evidence to make him do something else? Like, are you talking him? Are you talking Razum or Lord Vormir?
They're both in on it, Daniel. Don't do it. Just leaving is the funny option.
Yes.
So did we all learn this?
Well, so Corey's had the epiphany, so it's up to Corey to say.
I will say she does discuss this with the group, that basically the guild leader is pulling strings and Razum is in on it with him. They want to fuel a genocide, and we are just chess pieces in that plan. So what we could do at most is discredit Razum and expose what they're doing in all of this.
But how are we going to get that evidence?
That we'll need to think about.
It's going to be the hardest thing to get, possibly. But do you think you know anyone that could be useful?
Well, there's Lady Ash. For starters. She initially trusted Razum, and what does he do next with the amulet she made?
You need to visit Razum? If you can find Razum.
Honestly, maybe Ash first, but there is still that meeting.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, my brain is saying that meeting's just a fraud.
We could still get information.
Yeah.
But yeah.
At least do that so we at least get information.
Okay.
Ash, though, I think should be first.
Yes.
Okay.
Use magic portal.
So, would you guys all like to, as a group, go visit Lady Ashlyn?
Yes.
Very well. So, you guys can bid your farewell to Lisa Greymantle, who says, I wish you all the best of luck. I hope that whatever you come to, it is the best decision for us all.
Can't you leave a trinket on the counter?
What do you want to leave on her?
Thanks for the
Wooden
INGREDIENTS.
trinket she's been giving out.
The what you've been giving? I'm sorry. Oh, you want to just give her, like a little token of appreciation?
Yeah.
She takes it
Tokens.
and says, thank you. And just kind of puts it in a pocket. All right. So you guys are able to go, take a moment to visit out, and you find yourselves face to face with taking a moment, and you find Lady Ashlyn there, who is a little surprised to see you, but she says, friends, it has been quite a while. What might I be able to do for you? Have you found more information on Razum?
We learned that the guild leader's been playing us like puppets.
With
We need you as a
Razum.
witness.
Witness to
Razum.
what?
Trust that you could help us.
Help you? What can I help with?
Think
We should sit down.
Very well. And she goes and says we could take seat
Why are you
into her
so
home.
against it? Why are you so against it?
Yeah, Pig's doing fine. You're playing Stardew Valley, so what do you know?
Yeah,
You're not even here.
nose farming. There you go.
All right.
Yeah, and you'll expect me to feed us later.
All right. So you guys are able to she takes you back to her home, and you guys are once again seated in kind of the dining room.
Okay, type.
You know that amulet you had?
Yes.
The one that would have to control the dragon?
Yes, I am.
He was going to
aware.
lead it to Pearlley to trample it.
He what? Why?
Yes.
And she looks bewildered in this. She's kind of like she can't seem to handle this information. There, you guys should still have the note. Yes.
Was it? Yes. Show the note.
I mean, she takes a moment and looks at the note and says, "Well, this note seems to say to end its path in Umouth's woods. That's not Pearlley."
Yes, but he was planning on using it to bring it. He was bringing it there so he could make it come to Pearlley.
This is most troubling. If he had brought Lao Shao Ren to Pearlley, Pearlley certainly would have been destroyed. What have you discovered since we've last spoken?
To flood the surface.
We've also discovered he's Algarian. And if I am to believe, would you have record of his birth
We
or
spoke to an old friend of yours.
Yes.
Lisa? Your old friend Lisa.
Lisa Greymantle.
You've spoken to my sister?
Yes.
What? She's that old coot. She is very wise, very adventured. Not always the most stable, but if you've spoken with her, I'm certain she knows a great deal of what's going on.
Yes.
He's the one who
Yes.
told us he is Algarian. So we could use that for our advantage. We know you are trustworthy in the community.
Yes. What are you proposing?
So far, we've been working with the guild for a bit now, and what
We
we've found
need
is that
you
the
as a
Algerian guild
witness
leader is
to
playing
show
sports with
that-
Razum to fuel further
To
genocide.
stop the war.
Yes.
Make Razum the enemy. Make both sides go towards him instead of causing an uprising.
H has been giving us very specific hints.
But how could we make Razum the enemy when he's a hero to these rebels?
You know,
We have evidence that
to discredit him.
he is Algarian. Why would they trust an enemy?
We
Well-
need to expose his plot working with
Or
how
we don't
he
have evidence. We're
is.
looking for evidence, and we know you. We're looking for someone who archived history
Archives.
of Pearlley.
So she takes a moment to think.
Oh, yeah.
They clearly don't care that he's Algarian.
It's actually quite the opposite, my friend. No one has met Razum. I myself haven't. I mostly worked through his couriers.
Hmm.
So
But we have.
I did find it strange that he was wearing a hood to cover, if you know what I mean.
It's troubling, but one thing that is quite certain is the Algarians are very, very thorough. And when they took over the city 20 years ago, they kept records of all the individuals that moved into the city. And if one were to find these records, I'm certain there'd be evidence to him there. But the truth is, access to these records, it's held in the royal keep. We would need some truthful way to get in, and to be honest, it's been a long time since I've been in there.
Where you ran out. Heard a little vestige from your sister that you're one of the direct bloodlines. She didn't elaborate.
It is true. The Thierson name were the rulers of Pearlley for centuries, up until the Algarians took over.
I mean, we could go there to see if we can stop whoever was trying to poison these people.
I do still fear that attack may be possible.
But we can discredit him, knowing that he was going to poison the water supply and flood the city.
Yes. If we had evidence of such things, or like witnesses to that action, combined with witnesses, she takes a deep breath. I could admit my guilt in this, and the hand that I played, and discuss the witness from Lao Shao Ren. And if we could bring witness to the poison and prove evidence that he is there, we would have enough evidence to suffice.
You might have a lot of witnesses, but they don't
Well,
speak
they don't speak English. I'll get it.
Well,
And
if we
so
had a
the
way to
fact that
communicate...
we do. We have helmets that have their specific speech, but the only problem is they're not very human looking.
That could make it difficult and could discredit, but the truth is, if we could prove in some way that Razum's connected to them, as if Razum were friendly, that might show that he's associated with them, and then them stating such a fact in a known language would constitute connection and be evidence enough. The last piece of this, though... Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
The last piece of this, though, is where and to who we expose it to. If we could find those that would be in charge of rebellion, and those that would be, well, in charge on the Algarian side, if we could connect them at the same time, or show the evidence, we could maybe garner peace.
The lady at the
still
guild.
worry that we might tip off the wrong people.
That liked you, Corey.
Oh. Izzle? What about her?
Yeah, what about her?
Yeah, I have no idea what you're
It'd be
trying to
very
hint
fun.
us to.
I know what you're trying to get at, but
Being quick.
yeah.
To be fair, yes,
My
me being
neuron
quick on
hasn't
the
quite
picks
connected.
is more of the, I just have the folder open of every character from this area.
Can we trust her?
So I could just plop it in a second.
While she works alongside the guild, I feel like we could trust her in a way, but I still worry about tipping off the wrong people. Yes, lady.
Not everyone at the guild, bud.
I feel like she might be the only one feasible.
Ah, that reminds me, Izzle.
Yes.
Yep, we have his.
Is it possible to better to get the plans or get something to connect him to Razum?
If we could get the evidence to prove once and for all that he is Algarian, that might convince the rebels to pause for a moment, especially if there was a way that we could garner peace. And then if the Algarians, if we could prove the extended plans, we might get them to also pause and just negotiate rather than head to war.
How would
And-
we gather such a group without, again, tipping off the wrong people or whoever's working closest with the leaders?
It's tricky, but what could happen? My teacher, Vasha Latheran, is still Grand Wizard at the castle and in charge of the archive there. I could, through him, potentially get us a meeting with Algarian leadership to bring such evidence and information. And then if we could maybe make the connection, or if we had a way to connect with the rebels in some way and bring such evidence forward, we might be able to get some volunteers or connections to agree to a meeting. And if we could do that, there's a
The
chance.
guild leader manipulating us says there's a rebel meeting.
Well, if that is, I mean, I don't know exactly there, but he may still be leading you to an accurate meeting. That might be an opportunity, especially if we can see some of the forefront leaders of this. It may be a way. And I would have no doubt that Razum would have influence on such a meeting.
So we should probably still head to that meeting to hear what they have to say.
But we should be careful all the while.
Yes.
What information, again, do we look to gather there?
Well, if you are going to said meeting, the information you may be looking to gather would be directly related to who is in charge, and more importantly, who is calling the shots here. In addition, you may be able to receive some information understanding, what time such plans might go into action as well. It's hard to say, but at least you would be able to maybe surmise some understanding of who you might be able to connect with. And if you were to able to get audience with them, and show them such evidence, then maybe they would be more open to listening to an alternative plan than the one that's being proposed by Razum.
But I don't know how exactly we're going to get the proof that we already have the dragon proof, but we need the other one.
Razum's apparently birth document could be in the archives, is what I'm gathering.
Birth documents or travel documents proving that he was indeed a traveler and Algarian.
If the rebels this city seems to despise too much saves them from Razam, maybe hatred will turn into respect.
Potentially. Potentially. That could be it. So, the one thing you need, when is this meeting?
Tonight.
Tonight?
Yes.
Ooh.
It will be a little rushed.
We don't
Tonight
have
at
much
8
time.
apparently.
We need to get that information from the archives. Do we have a connection? Do you have someone that might be able to get you access to said information?
Izzle did seem very well read.
You have access to the archives, yes, or your old teacher.
Maybe. I mean, if you had someone trusted that would have access to Algarian documentation there.
Izzle would be it of all.
I'm not familiar with Izzle, but I mean, if she is a trusted individual, maybe.
Yes, she is trusted.
Let's go through her then.
Careful on what we say there. She's often at the guild.
Well, then I guess we have our cues. If you can go to that meeting and find the leaders and query them to instead take a moment to potentially talk with the Algarian forces, and the Algarian leadership, then maybe I can get that meeting on the Algarian side, and we could bring them together to garner peace instead, on shared enemy, if you will, betrayal on both sides.
Yes.
Yes.
Then let us go forth. Let us plan on meeting here late tonight after that meeting to figure out our next steps. I will move with haste, and you too must make haste. Time is running short. We have but a few hours before that meeting.
Will this be first priority?
Yes.
And the documents come later?
As I am human, maybe I should go with you to the castle instead?
No, it is best that I don't bring anyone with me. I am going to speak to Vasha, and they will handle it through my connections and reputation. There. Bringing others may bring other considerations, if you will.
Please be careful.
I will. And I wish you the same. We don't know who may be watching, but we do know that Razum has influence, and it's strong. And I may say you may be stepping into the lion's den on this one. So be cautious, and be very mindful of what information gets shared. We have to be very, very clear on who we trust and those that we don't. But
Yes.
Salut, Sharon. I wish the best for you. And in that moment, she raises her hand, and a glowing light comes out and graces each of you. Each of you have received the buff Blessing. Are blessed. There.
Yeah.
So it is actually 2... yeah, so you've received Blessed there. So you guys have +1 to all of your modifier rolls. And this does prevent critical failure.
Ooh.
What is the modifier?
No, it's just +1. So anytime you roll a d20,
Oh, yes.
you guys have
so
+1
you
now.
can't get a.
And you
can't get a
cannot
crit
critically fail.
Thank you, that is very helpful.
So,
Walks into meeting room.
yes. So this obviously won't last forever, but it should last at least up until the meeting. So that's like a 14 oxygen.
Oh, by the way, how much stamina?
What do you mean, how much stamina?
Well,
How
stamina.
much stamina did I regain from the bath?
3. But, Dave, I also want to say that you guys took the bath the next day. You guys did sleep and fully recharged your health and stamina. So you guys are good. Yeah. You guys currently don't have any debuffs on you or anything like that. You guys are fully recharged. Yes, you're good. All right. So, with that, what would you guys like to do? What is your next action? So you guys have this bless is going to last on you pretty much up until the meeting itself.
Okay.
Up until
I guess we start heading there.
Well, are you going to head
No,
there?
we gotta get the documents to prove it.
Yes, let's go get the documents.
Okay. So are you guys going? Are you going to the guild?
Yeah, let's go to the guild.
Is
What the fuck I name it?
So
Izzle.
priorities would be documents first. Then
Okay. So you guys.
let's not talk about it in the building.
So you do barely have time, but you'll have enough time to make this run, and hopefully she'll be able to help you guys with it. Do you guys want to take a moment to discuss amongst yourselves what you would like to say very specifically to Izzle and in the presence of the guild? Because once you're there, I'm going to ask that you guys speak only in character for a moment, and anything said I will take into account. Are we ending early today, by the way? Oxygen, what are you implying for early? I was aiming like another hour or so. So if that works, at least another hour. Do you need to go? No, you're just curious. Okay, so as long as we're all good for another hour or so, we can keep going.
Heck yeah.
Yep.
So, okay, great. Yes, Dave. What do you think you
We
could do in an hour?
Probably.
Will you finish the meeting? Yes. I imagine. I mean, I guess it depends on how long you guys want to talk to Izzle and all that stuff, but you just like ending before 12? Yes, we will definitely end there. Am I sure you could finish the meeting?
Sorry.
No, you're good. Go ahead. We'll see, Daniel.
You should probably talk to Izzle still with caution, because this will still be in the guild building and stuff, but she knows we also have a fascination for magic, for example, and we could see what other archives and stuff they might have there.
Okay. Are you guys ready?
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so you guys make your way into the guild hall. You guys are in the guild hall. What would you like to do?
Head to Izzle.
As you guys start walking towards kind of like the back room area, you see one of the people at the counter saying, hey, can I help you guys? Is there something you wish to do?
We're here to see Izzle.
Oh, yeah, Izzle should be in. What reason do you have to speak with Izzle?
Important guild related things.
He seems to know a lot
Okay.
about magic.
Ah, yes, looking for magical items identified. Yeah, absolutely. No, please. Make yourselves, go ahead, make yourselves at home. And as such, you guys are able to make your way. You know exactly what Izzle's room is. And as you guys go in, you see your frazzled spellcaster who is just very in her books. But as soon as you guys kind of open the door, she doesn't take a moment to look up. She kind of has her back to the door, and she's just going through stuff and reading through material there and just pulling stuff off shelves.
Whoa,
And at the sound of hearing you, Corey,
are you studying?
you see Izzle stop, and she's like, "Oh, you guys are here!" And she throws her books once again on the floor, and she's like, come on.
Gone.
What more have you guys brought me today? I am so excited to see you. I have to hear more. What can I do for you today? Have you guys found anything more interesting?
Excited are we?
Of course, every time you guys come in, you bring in some interesting magical item. I'm just so fascinated. Too, what more have you discovered? I've heard good things. I heard that you guys conquered the sewers. Hmm?
Oh, it was awesome.
Oh, I definitely need to hear more about it.
Apparently, rats are not keen on eating vegetables, I've learned.
Okay. Yes, well, I have detected, and she, like, thinks for a moment and reaches for, like, a book and kind of pulls it out and says, I mean, according to this, most rodents are omnivores, to my knowledge. There. I don't know if that helps.
Distracted. We disturbed their nest a little bit.
Oh, you really went into the rat nest, huh?
Probably should have made the move to go first, but we just kind of barrel in wherever we go. You know how it is.
Oh, I understand quite well. I apologize. What brings you all in today? Do you have something more for me to, any new magical items for me to take a look at?
Well, we were wondering if you knew a place where we could study more magics.
Yes, we've come to see if we can ask for a
Someone
teensy favor.
possibly referred to my amulet as a glyph, for example.
Yes. Well, you've got that glyph of unlocking, so, I mean, have you been able to speak the correct code into it?
Have the foggiest on what to say, so I've left it alone for now. But I am curious about it, and maybe the archives, for example, might have something.
Oh, the archives. You're looking for further evidence within the archives of what kind of magic? I mean, from my investigation, I'm not sure if there'd be much more information in the archives. She thinks maybe there is a book or something I'm missing. I could continue doing some research. Did you want to leave the amulet with me for me to do further research on it?
It might need a fresh pair of eyes.
Maybe
I
we
could
could get lucky
illustrate
in the
the
archives.
amulet, but I am worried. It's been rough carrying it around a lot of places. I don't want it wind up being misplaced.
That's fair.
Maybe someone with different experiences could see something differently and get a clue.
Yes, I mean, it's possible. She seems a little saddened by this, that you're not instantly going to her, but she's like, I mean, there could be, but what are you looking for from the magical archives? I mean, beside Vasha kind of being the main, like, guidance there, and he's been an incredible resource with these sorts of things, I'm not sure if there'd be too many more. The Algarians are not too keen on, like, magical history or anything like that.
Maybe something about either amulets.
Maybe. I mean, it's possible. I'm sorry, I have something in my eye and I cannot get it out.
The eyelash attack.
The eyelash attack, something like that. I hate it. Ugh. Can't get it out. Oh, fuck. Alright. Focused. No, not focused. I'm losing my eye. Alright.
Like
Just
the
one
deer
eye.
said, fresh pair of eyes could see something.
Potentially.
Ironic.
But potentially a fresh set of eyes could see something. I'm a pirate, but... I mean, yes... we can make a request order. Usually if I need any books or anything from the archives, I just put in a request order and they retrieve them for me and bring them here for my studies as well. So we could do that. We could also submit in any of the amulets directly to them and they could study them too, but I'm not sure how long that might take. I mean, it could be a week or so before they get us any answers. Is that what you'd like to do?
I don't know if we'd be staying for that long. We had plans to travel
It would make
elsewhere.
our day to see it without eyes. Would you be able to advance SAID process?
I don't know if I can get you into the archives. I mean, maybe I might be able to bring...
I don't think we may have that much time.
I mean, what's the rush? I mean, this is urgent, I guess I assume. But, So, you would like to get into the archives?
Razum is far B1.
Rizam's stuff. We don't know when he could strike.
Oh, yes. No, I understand. I could put in a request, but the other thing is, if you needed me to get you something, I might be able to get in a little bit sooner. Like, usually I can get in and with my contacts, I could be in and back within an hour if you know a specific thing you're looking for. Particularly if you're trying to study the amulet.
Asterisk looks at deer, shot.
We don't know for certain, we will know it when we see it.
Well, I mean, the archive, we're talking, it's thousands of books there as well. It would take quite a while to go through, especially if we don't know relatively what we're looking for.
I have an inkling, but him Sarah will find it.
I was wondering, like, who did you just remove from the group?
Oh no.
Okay, so yeah, I figured that was what you had to say.
All this.
So she's taking a moment to think and says, so it might take a while to get the proper permissions or anything in place to there, because they don't just let anyone into the archives. I myself, I normally am not allowed directly into the archives. They usually bring me the books in there. That said, I do have a connection if we know a specific sort of material that we're looking for. There, I mean, Vasha is a fantastic resource.
Vasha. Huh?
Muffin symbol above head.
Where is it?
Yep, there you go.
I understand, but this is for the UP most importance. Life or death if you will.
I understand. And she takes a moment to kind of think for herself and says, okay, I think... Okay, here's what we could do. If we had a letter from the Guildmaster that would maybe agree to access, we might be able to get access quickly, but it wouldn't be necessarily... Well, it could be the full group of us if we had the right letter from the guild leader.
Oh, you as well?
Well, of course, I can come and escort you. And plus, any opportunity to go to the archives sounds amazing.
Oh, no.
I mean, to answer your question, Pink, if, one, you would need a level of skill in it, you would need probably a forgery kit, and you would need a document. Basically, you need a reference document from, like, the guild leader with his signature and his handwriting on it.
Mayhaps we ask the leader, life or death is very dear.
That's true. I mean, if it is urgent and we have the right reasoning, he has that authority to allow us in.
Whereas, I think I heard wanted, like, darker magics. We could maybe find something on it there.
Possibly.
Right? So...
So is this what we'd like to do? Is ask Lord Vormir for a letter for us to go in?
I believe so.
Dearish,
Do we have the time?
So, to give reference to you guys, the time is currently like 5 o'clock. So you got about 3 hours before the meeting. It's not like a 2-hour journey to get to these places, too. And you could argue if we're... Here, we'll look at... Just show you on the map here, right? You guys currently located the guild right here.
Yes.
This here's the castle, right?
the archives.
And then your meeting is going to be here in, like, Black Soul's End.
In the shady.
Like, in this kind of, like, part here. So it's kind of on the way. Plus, this city is not so insanely big, right? Like, from here to get to the castle, it's a 10-minute walk, right? So from the castle to there, you're talking like 20-minute walk, something in there. So it's a matter more of your search time on it. There. So yes, you have time. Time is running out, but you do have time to make these trips.
Yes. The biggest roadblock is figuring out exactly how to word this, especially to guild leader. We going to go?
Mm-hmm.
What do you think, dear and dearish?
It would seem we need to talk to him, I suppose.
Yes.
Again. Yes. But
Just starting to go.
the best way.
Have I burnt
Yes,
your guys'
it
brains
is.
a little too much with puzzles?
Oh, little bit.
Let's say.
Let's aston our
Yeah,
steps
I
then.
Alright.
did
Yeah,
not
we need someone.
process a lot.
Sorry, it's gone too deep today, and I apologize. I was not my
My
intention
brain
to burn
literally
everything.
shut off.
We have gone through multiple
It's a bit-
paragraphs
it's
planned.
Knowing how to word it's a little tricky.
It definitely is. I mean,
we-
think about how your adventurers are doing here. You guys are
as
very focused.
a word salad, we know, quote quote, Razum, if that is his real name, has been after dark magics, and we might have an inkling on what he might be after, maybe?
Okay.
We need to further read, and I guess tip from Izzle might be the best place to look would be the archives.
Okay. So, I will say that you guys have brought that in. You guys are in your quick meeting with Lord Vormir. And he's taking a look. He's like, so you're looking to gain access to the archives to potentially find a counter to Razum? Correct?
Yes.
Yes.
I mean,
He's been gathering dark magic and has been hunting for it for a while.
what about the tip that we received earlier? Are you still going to be able to make it to such a thing as well? I mean, it is coming close.
That is our plan
Of
to
course.
attend, but I feel like this is very
We just need to
important act
prepare.
one.
We will naturally attend it.
Prepare backups.
Would Izzle be able to come with us?
I suppose
He
we could...
seems well read.
I suppose I could lend Izzle for a time there. That would give you another set of hands to find what you're looking for. The archives is no small task to overcome. And he strokes his beard. He says, very well. You can take a moment, and you can see him taking out his quill, his pen, and just drafting there, his ink, dabbing. He says, here you go. And he hands over in a letter. He stamps it with his seal. It says, this should gain you access to the archives for what you need there, and I trust that you'll be able to bring forth whatever knowledge you're looking for. So this will gain the 6 of you access to. Izzle, you are instructed to follow their lead, help them find whatever they're looking for. Understood? And Izzle looks eagerly at Lord Vormir and says, yes, absolutely. You got it, sir. And then she takes a moment to, like, kind of pat herself down a little bit.
He thanked ye kindly from the bottom of my heart.
And Lord Vormir looks at you and says, just make sure you are not late to our tip. We don't want to lose that information.
time do you think it would take to navigate such a place?
No,
So with Izzle's help, it might be faster.
We would never.
it may be faster, but I hope that you could find it soon. All right. So with that, he does set you guys off. All right. So you guys make your way over to the castle area. As you guys make your way there, the bustling of the city is continuing to go on, and you guys are stopped at the front gates by some guards that says, "Halt! What business do you have here?"
Show the letter.
And the guard takes a moment, takes the letter,
At the same
sees
time.
the seal. He says, understood. Very well. Follow me. And he ushers you, and you guys start following him as you guys make your way into the castle itself, and you're directed to another area that seems to be the archives. As you walk in, you can see there are other guards out there. They greet each other. He presents the letter to the other guards. He looks at you and says, "Good day." And he walks away, and the other guard takes a moment to read the letter and says, very well. A direct order from Lord Vormir. Of course, we shall grant you access right away. And as such, they open entry into there, and you guys, as you guys enter, you see a vast library of books and
Green feels like
information.
Jell-O.
There's so much in place. And as you are walked in, the guard says, "Vasha, they have come here with the utmost importance and significance, seeking books on magical objects." And he hands over the letter from Lord Vormir directly to Vasha. Vasha takes a moment to take a look directly at you, take a look at the letter, and says, I understand. So, with this, of course, I can help guide you. I mean, I'll give you the context of Vasha. Lady Ashlyn told you at some point in time that you could go talk to Vasha. Vasha was Lady Ashlyn's teacher.
Yes, that's.
So he's in charge of the archives and is technically the court wizard there, but he's in charge of all the research and information. He is a very, very, very old elf. And just for context, just for timeline wise, so you guys know, Lady Ashlyn's 150 years old. You guys met Lisa Greymantle today, who is 300 years old. And now you are meeting Vasha Lathrin, who is much, much older.
Be right back, great.
Nope. Alright. So as you guys come in...
Vampirism, question mark.
Did I figure out the... No, I have not been focusing on vampirism. I've been focusing on the class
Izzle,
guides.
My friend wants to know how to become a vampire.
Step 1, meet a vampire. Step 2, Step 3, don't die. Step 4, become vampire.
True.
You know what we need to do, folks? We need to watch Van Helsing. Because it's dope as fuck. Have you guys seen it?
I remember some pieces.
I love it. It's so amazing. And I'm like, I fucking want to watch it again. Yeah. Brain melting.
My neurons are like pom-poms.
Yeah.
What do they look like again? Hang on.
I gotta burn your guys' brains so you get good night's sleeps.
Successful.
Success. Alright. So...
My neurons are doing whatever this is.
Doing that. Dancing. Yeah, I don't think how puzzles work. This is a whole different kind of... This is just role-playing at this point. Role playing
This
with
is a
lore.
city puzzle.
I think, and I apologize that this is what I did to you guys. We're gonna take a moment to watch this because I want to.
Okay, that's fine. Yes, social exercise.
Can I roll to at least look through the books while we watch?
Sure.
The brain's a muscle, and if it's hurting, it means it's been worked.
There it is.
Right,
Where is it?
Rolling?
Yes. Okay. This is the moment.
I know this. Everybody
Yes.
do the weakness. Everyone's
Oh,
a
well.
genius who knows it in advance.
All right. Is it this? I think this is it. Is it this one? Yes. This is the one. All right. The moment in the show where the lore goes so deep they lose you. And we're going to hear it from the genius himself, Brennan Lee
The
Mulligan.
moment in the show where the lore goes so deep they lose you.
When the Nephilim were first born, children of the eldest seraphs and mortal beings, humans, broke the divine seal that St. Thomas Aquinas had referred to in the initial tracts post-Nicene Council. The seraphs never had to venture to the earthly realm. Those mortals had already ascended. So in that moment, the seventh seal was already broken. Lucifer's rebellion was ex post facto invalidated. The devil was never banished to perdition because perdition never existed in the first place. We are left with two factions, the neutral angels that we mistook for the spirits of nature that were warned about. Tracing those back, we can now see God and the serpent were in fact one and the same, which is why you, Ashley and Max, as two teenagers from Palo Alto, California, were selected above all others to be the truth slayer and the keeper of lies.
Does this make sense to you?
So there you go. That is where we're at. So I apologize.
Also, I rolled a 15 for looking through the books.
So I want to be clear. What are you guys looking for?
Magic,
Just
definitely.
Are you-
Yes.
Are you definitely looking for magic, or were you guys trying to look for records and information to prove that
Yeah,
Razum?
the records.
Because
Yes.
you guys have
I feel
gone.
like I have an inkling that we should talk to this old wizard elf guy that knows
Probably.
Ash.
Probably.
Yeah, let's talk to him.
But I'm also
I don't know
like,
about Isil, though.
you guys went here with looking for magical library.
Yes.
Like you're in the magical
we're in the-
library, not the records archive. Now
Wait, I thought we were going to the records.
you went to the magical you guys asked for all the magical stuff. That said, the records archive would be stored within the castle.
Oxygen was responding.
I thought we said that we were going to go to the records. I'm so confused now.
No, you guys kept
This
saying
has
you wanted
totally
to go
lost
to the archives and kept mentioning magic.
Yeah, I let Corey speak. I had to use Rat's room.
So, you guys could probably talk to this man, and he may be able to help you with what you're actually looking for. Especially
Wait, Isil
since
get distracted with
Vasha,
books,
I just want to be very clear, Vasha is the one that Lady has reached out to. Lady Ashlyn has reached out to garner a meeting with the Algarians. So many lady names. Yes. Well, it's because
Do we know
lordship.
this?
You do know this. She has mentioned this man a couple times to you. You have never met him until right this moment. But you do know this man. Yeah, the true lordship ladies.
So something around the lines of knowing about Ash, I'm really starting to lose my train of critical thinking.
Critical fail and
Vasha,
thinking.
here you are Ash teacher.
Yes, I am. Ash was one of my finest students here many years ago. Yes.
Nice beard.
Are you acquaintances of Ash?
We're
Nice Rob.
looking
Very
for
elegant.
Rube. I think you're just missing an E. For robe.
Well, let me send it with it. There it goes.
There you go. Yes.
Ruby. Free.
Ruby!
We're looking for some
Nice Ruby, you
information.
Looking of course, that is what the letter said. What sort of information do you seek?
Records.
Records? What records have relation to magical objects?
Honestly, I think I might have been following Corey here a little bit too close.
Shush, wolf.
The real reason we're here is we're looking for birth record or travel record and we're wondering if you could guide us.
Lady Ash actually mentioned. Thing Lady Ash said.
Yes.
Yeah.
Birth
Don't steal.
records? Yes, of course. The Algarians, particularly right after they took over, kept very thorough records of all citizens entering into the city and those who were born there. But if I might inquire, what might these records have to do with your search for, as I understand it, magical relations to Razum?
It could solve a lot of things.
Yes?
The magical item we seek are related to people born here or traveled here.
Born here, traveled here. I see.
Well, Lady Ash trusts you and wanted us to bring it up to you in case we spoke.
They come with the
Yes.
side item.
Yes, I understand. And he takes a moment to think. He says, do you know when the travel occurred?
I'm personally interested in the magic count as to what magics Razum has been working with, but they have suggested magical items being related to some people here.
I see.
Daniel, where are you going with that?
I have no idea what to say because I'm so terrified of giving out the bad information.
Understandable.
You're
Basically, talking about what we need to do in secret without giving up too much information is what I want.
Daniel, do
Let's
explain
basically
how he's speaking in
communicate.
code that I'll follow.
And I cannot do brain power anymore. So please.
I'm out of brain power.
Daniel.
What do you mean, what time?
I will just be more direct as your game master. What he is asking, very clearly, is you guys are looking for birth or travel records, correct?
We're looking for birth.
Here's the dealio. And you're probably, I'll give you this hint, you're probably looking for travel records. He's asking what year? Because they have 20 years of records. So
When was Razum born?
After the war?
Would he be after the war? Because if it was after the war, he'd be less than 20 years old.
been there for a while.
My brain is crashing.
Izzle, what year was Razum here?
Oh yeah, when Lady Ash said she met Razum people.
Lady Ash first interacted with Razum a year ago and met through the couriers. I can give you that information.
Perhaps a year ago.
Perhaps a year ago.
And
And
we're looking for travel records. That's yes.
travel records of those entering the city a year ago?
Yes. Rather than birth. That makes a lot more sense now.
Travel record seems most likely.
I see. Well, I could see if I could pull from the archives from about a year or so ago, give or take a month, and see what records we have. Is there anything else you'd like me to look for in particular as I bring them here?
I suppose you could still look for the counters of magic stuff.
Ooh, I am curious about flower shipments.
We don't keep those records here. You'd probably be more lucky to look at the merchants and the warehouses.
Is there anything on ancient magics?
Of course. We have many books here in the archives of ancient magics. Yeah.
Both, lady.
I think
We have
they're
to
all
do
looking
both.
at everything.
People of Algerian descent, to be more specific.
Izzle's right with us. So.
Yes. Very well. I will go see if I can pull the records of all the Algarian people to have come here about a year ago, and see what information I can stem from that. And the old man does take a step away for a little bit of time, leaving the vast library open to you, all of you.
Well,
Check the shelves. What are you trying to check for, dear? Pink, the random book that you
Reads
read
a random book.
seems to be, as you're taking a look, there you pull it out and you are looking at it,
Hey, Izzle, what magic
and
have you been
the
studying
words on the
lately?
page
Is there anything we could start with
mean
for
nothing
starters?
to you.
Maybe ancient magic?
They seem to be in a language that you do not know. Anything to do with vampirism? You'd probably want to look in the monsters section.
Amelia's just like, ooh, interesting.
White Fae and demons.
She
Good time. But Fae and demons.
Okay. So you guys have a bit of time. He's out for a bit. Like, okay, so you're looking in
Probably go
monster
with-
section.
Probably go with Izzle first to like first join Deer with the monster section.
Okay.
And then while he's out, yeah.
So you guys are looking in books right now. And you have 3 books in front of you.
Put back book and look in
Um,
Monster 2.
So 3 people active. Okay. So
Yes.
3 books catch your eye
Studying rules.
on there. The books are Ancient Monsters of the Night, Monsters,
Doesn't sound like-
Monsters and Villains, terrorizing Belethane history. And 3, descendants of Vakram.
Oh. Who got that one?
What's a Vakram again? Has so many names.
I will say that you guys have never heard that name in your life. All of you.
That book.
Last one of the first ones. Okay. So.
Probably sick. But also.
We grabbed them all in different
second.
orders because.
Well, who grabs what is the real question. Dear, you have time to
grab
really
the
study
second one.
through one book. So what one book are you going to choose? First one. Okay. So the Monsters of the Night.
I want to look at the last one.
The Descendants of
I got
Akram.
the second.
Okay. And the history, Belthane, Theocry, and the Monsters. All right. So, dear, as you're reading through the book Monsters of the Night, you're seeing a variety of sketches and creatures that you are quite unfamiliar with. It seems to be a lot of strange beings. One that catches your eye. Like, I'll show you a couple pictures or sketches that you see here. You guys get to have a little bit of fun here because I'm going to show you things that you might not otherwise see. So one that you see is this one.
Night creature.
As you guys are also looking, another one that kind of catches your eye in particular is this one. And
Very
where
Mamma
is it?
Mia. What is that? Dear, what's it called?
One in particular, dear, that catches your eye. Ooh, I might have to... Just a sec here. Yes. This is one. This is the other one, but I have to edit it so you guys don't see all the extras that are unnecessary because ChatGPT is a fucking idiot sometimes.
Whoa.
And it wanted to include a paragraph of text for some reason that is completely and entirely irrelevant. So I just gotta edit that out because I don't want to send you a picture that's like useless to you. It's 1 second. Whoop. Bam.
Loading slower.
Boop.
All right. Sorry. I said it.
enough,
I
I
said
don't
that,
see
but then
you,
I
so-
didn't actually load an image there. All right. Here is the image.
Guild Wars 2.
There's the other one that
Where is
you
Lady?
seen that caught your interest. So those were the 3 that were in this book in particular. I will say, dear, as you look at this beast, that beast is not labeled a demon. That beast is labeled a Yeti. It primarily heralds from the north, northeast. Do you know it? I mean, you've heard stories about it as a child. This is a monster that almost exclusively lives in cold environments. And maybe a creature that might scare away rats from their original habitat. Such as those whom I learned from session 2.
Yes. Heard these inklings. But basically, Corey points to the book like while he's flipping over this page and like, I think I recognize one of those. Our village had to deal with one.
Amelia kind of looks over and kind of goes, I think I've heard that from tales. That big giant beasts like that come
They are
down from the
rare,
mountain.
but you don't want to encounter them. When they're anywhere near civilization, they come hungry.
So, dear, what you were reading documentation-wise on this is the Yeti is an ancient beast that heralds from the mountains and the tundras of the northeast. It's very rare to see one sighted out of that area, and they tend to travel alone. It is an ancient old beast, but it is not, like, a unique beast in the sense that, like, there are multiple Yetis out there. They primarily hunt at night and chase down and walk on their two hind legs and are known for devastating villages that are not protected. They have been known to run away at the sight of fire and heat as well. But if not handled or scared away, oftentimes villages will get removed from the map.
Yikes.
Oh, what a run into one of those. It doesn't help that the horn attracts.
Yes. So, yes, that is what that is. It's a Yeti, and the sizing that you guys are seeing in that picture compared to the other people is accurate. It is giant size, basically.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a lot of Yetis. It's technically, I mean, yes, it's dino size. There's a variety of sizes of dinosaurs. But this would stand at about 30 feet tall. Just give context here.
Where would this Yeti be to scare the rats, I wonder? This is very fun.
Well, so, Mora, this is actually lore that you don't have. So I'm gonna...
I have not been in.
This is before you joined in on the community, actually. So, literally, just to give context, the second session that the group had, they went to this city called Wrench. And in Wrench, they had a small little quest. There were some rats that were in the tavern's basement. They were having issues. So they were like, hey, we got to get rid of them. In doing so, Yas, who can speak rodent, was talking to them and got the information that they were scared away from their homeland, where they actually were. And so they were trying to harbor out there, but they were, like, lady was stuck with boggles at this point. But yes, they were scared from their homeland because some beast came in and basically scared and ushered them away. It was a big white furry beast is what they were told on there. What seemed to be indication-wise, though, is that this white furry beast is here.
From the mountains.
From the mountains in kind of the tundra-y area still. So that's what I want to say. This is literally from session 2, this kind of information.
Why is it a dragon symbol?
Because I don't have a Yeti symbol. So it's just a big monster.
I mean, maybe I could...
And a mouse. That actually would be kind of funny to do. Let's see. Oh, that's image link. I'd have to... I don't see the mouse.
Or maybe a snowflake?
I mean, there's a white mouse. I could put a white mouse. There we go.
The Yeti mouse.
Yeah.
Yes, tame the Yeti lady.
Tamed.
Would be amazing.
It, be a challenge. I will say, so I'm gonna usually continue to scale these and stuff. When this quest was first given to you guys, this Yeti was like level 3 and not that tall. If you were to go back to it, he's gotten much, much bigger since he's been able to grow and fight and such.
Some experience.
He's gained a couple experience points, so he's pretty strong now comparatively to where he was.
Dang.
Lady, I want you to know that I'm not going to just set every
Is
monster
the Yeti
just
the one
above your
causing
level.
The shipping problems.
The shipping problems? Actually, so I will not answer that. But yeah, I won't answer that one. Because that spoils other information. And I'm not going to answer that one. Yeah, if there were no misfits here, I would answer it, actually. Funny enough.
The misfits have infiltrated the spies.
Yeah, except it's in Ganglagul. Yeah, so not to fully
is a
off
name.
track here. So Ganglagul is right here. So there's Ganglagul as well. Which, funny knowledge, you guys might remember Lord Baron, or the Baron Triger? Was that his name? Either way, one of the lords that you guys impersonated came from Ganglagul. What was his name? I have his name. Yeah, Baron Trident Satyr was the main lord over Ganglagul. There, he was also one of the invites that you guys stole for the nobles party. But effectively, you guys got a quest right in Wrench, and you got 3 quest options. You guys chose the quest option that led you north to Imines. Here. So that was the quest line that you guys ended up following. Instead of going the other way to figure out the trade route issue, which affected this city in particular. There, which is Chimneys. So, just so you know, that is how all this stuff connects. There. So, yeah, now we're back in Pearlley. Back to the current group. As you guys have been doing your research here, so let me give additional information. So, Mora, the book that you're looking into there, was giving some kind of brief kind of understanding of the monsters and beasts that were invading not only Belethane, but kind of their history as they grew over time. In there, none of the monsters or anything particularly stood out to you. You saw one picture that kind of caught your eye there, but most of it was just like history text. So the one that kind of caught your eye as you were looking through as on the history of Belethane. Can I share this one? I think I can share this image. Yes, I could share this image. I just gotta see if the image has too much text. That's useless. Yeah, I gotta... One second. I gotta also edit this image because it's got garbage text from ChatGPT.
Understandable. Yes, birdfish.
It bothers me so much, just what ChatGPT does.
I'm getting
with
so much
text.
knowledge after our brain bill.
Well, you guys went to library. Library's full of knowledge. I'm just
Brain explodes.
rapidly deleting the text. All right. Yes, one that caught your interest was this peculiar picture of a very unusual being. Now, looks like that.
Wow. Looks like Fred.
And then Pink, as you're reading, you're starting to learn all about this man named Vakarim. Vakarim is a very, very ancient and old vampire that is known throughout the lands of an older nation in Zagzig. He heralds there and is considered to be one of the origin vampires, and a lot of his descendants, which is where the descendant magic comes from, they have infiltrated the land. Vampires are very ancient, very old, but also quite powerful and do tend to maintain and keep to themselves. That said, this is Pink's book. That said, the main history and main lessons that you gathered through your skimming is that vampires, most all of them, tend to descend from Vakrim. There. And it is believed, although cannot be proven, there, that if Vakrim were to be slain, then all of the vampires would lose their vampiric abilities and die. So he's like the origin vampire there. And I don't know how much history you guys know about vampire lords, but effectively, Dracula there, but a lot of the lore that comes from it is that vampires, when they bite and they choose to expand their kin in a way, they become directly connected. But if you were to kill the originator from it, the main vampire, all of their kin would be released from the curse.
I'm laughing because, like, this is a plot point in Billy and Mandy. It's a Christmas episode.
And that's usually, like, don't get me wrong, sure, I could change the lore, but I like that world setting lore. So that is what we're sticking with, is you've got originator vampires and then you've got descendant vampires. Descendant vampires can spread and, in fact, and make further kin, but they're all connected to the origin vampire there. There is not just one vampire lord, though. So this is Vakrim. This is just one there. But there are other vampire lords there, and vampire lords are no joke, right? We're talking elder dragon level of difficulty here. They be looking like a bat. They could be like a bat.
Yes. Sorry, I love it. But I'm just reminded.
Yeah. Yes. All right. So, you guys, as you guys have been looking in books and stuff, I mean, Dave, you have to tell me what you were looking for, and I'll tell you what you read.
Speedrun. Yes, dear. It was sometimes a drug trip with that cartoon.
Can you please
for
pass
sure.
the egg salad? Booga booga booga. Ah!
Yes.
I liked the episode where they went into the land with everybody's hourglasses that represented their life. And he's like, oh, my dad, he's about to run out. And we see his dad choke and almost died. And then he just flips it over and his dad just starts living life in reverse. He's like, there you go.
Amazing.
Thanks, Billy. Anything related to your country? Okay. Well, Daniel, let me phrase it this way. What is one question you're looking to answer about your country? Because yes, you will find books about a Theodore. So what is a question you're looking to answer? And I'll try and answer it for you. Maybe tech? Yeah? Okay. So, as you're looking at History of Theodore, something that catches your eye is just like modern marvels of a Theodore. So, it is believed that the Theodore people have really brought in a lot of focus and information to really advance their technological prowess in an effort to counter magic, and more of not like directly counter magic, but challenge magic.
Ponder if
Right?
anyone she knows is a vampire, and looks Augustine's sharp teeth.
So let's go back into here. So the Theodorian people, they really wanted to come up with ways to not only counteract magic, but truly challenge it on an equal level, right? these are the people that have seen the divine, seen the damage that magic can do, and they were trying to be very, very clear that they need to come up with countermeasures for it. And some of the modern marvels in this book is dated. It's a little dated. It's dated about 50 years ago. There, so it's probably not the most up to date, but some of the modern marvels of the Theodorian people there were the mention of strange devices that could reroute water, and the practical uses of it. As such, they found that it not only repopulated the growth of the greenery there, but it gave a lot more viability to expanding their nation as well. Kind of like a sprinkler, but it's more of like rerouting rivers. That's more it is. It's like an aqueduct. There. But an aqueduct that could travel like fully above ground to bring water fluidly to everybody. There. So that is kind of the main technology that you're seeing. Kinda. There. It does seem there, but I will want to say that this is from 50 years ago. So it's a little bit different. But yes, pumps is the other thing. Like pulling water out of the ground to reroute it to areas that normally wouldn't get water. You say no, you're old. I mean, oxygen is hundreds of years old. I think he said he was almost 200 years old. He's an old man. Grandpa, old man. Tunneling sandworms. You could do it. So, here's what we're going to do next. So, you guys have had an opportunity to read through the books, see there, and in that time, Vasha returns. Yes, here I come. I've pulled the records, and you guys see him. He has a large stack of papers, and he sets it down. He says, I would inquire that we should begin our search. As such, do you have any indication, names, or things that we should be looking for in these records? Any identifying traits or information?
I'm working with very blown out brain cells here. Help me.
Rizal, but I am
Sorry, I
doubtful
was really
you really had
focused
that
on
name.
eating my pizza bread.
Dave, go ahead and roll a check on that, and you can add, of course, your intelligence perception bonus to it.
Intelligence. Oh, okay.
Okay. Daniel, as you think about, like, you mentioned looking for Razam, it does connect to you that Razam is probably not his real name. In fact, it's probably like a pet name. But if you were to take a guess, you would wager that it actually might be an anagram. You're correct. An anagram or something else related. Names. Well, it's funny because I spell Razum a different way. Rizm. I just typed it. That's how I've been spelling it.
Definitely Riz.
I'm going to try the...
What is it? I need a word scrambler.
Word scrambler. There's so many spellings.
I went for backwards.
Emoterism, yes.
Backwards?
Rism needs dedicated emo.
Muzzar.
What else? Zoomer.
Zumar.
Zamar.
Zamar.
We actually put this. Yes. That.
Now I'm thinking of the burger meme.
Oxygen, can you roll a d20 for me?
Mer?
All right. Oxygen, as you're guessing and spouting out names there, everybody's kind of looking at you and saying, hey, I mean, these are all good suggestions, but maybe we should write them down. I don't know if this is actually helpful.
Can I roll?
Sure, what do you want to roll for?
To try to guess his name.
I mean, what is your suggestion that you'd like to guess for?
My brain cells not.
Your brain cells
Yes.
are not functioning. Fully brain burnt.
Reason my brain wants to say Mazra.
Mazara? Like the last spelling that Oxygen had there?
Yeah.
Dr. Faust Stefano. Okay, so as you're looking, those names, as you guys are looking, you're not seeing anything in particular that is kind of like catching your eye.
Esmer? Yeah. None of it sounds like a name. Who knows what kind of language?
Oh, got an 18. Oh,
What?
Okay, you do.
Do you
that
also roll?
thing.
Okay, what would you like to propose? I'll let you guys propose some theories.
I said Mazra.
Muzra?
And they
Yes.
got a 19 for something. What did you write?
I just want to hear theories, and I'm now gonna give you guys info.
Proposing that you're-
Yep, Pink, you got the 18. So, your Muzra theory is not coming through. It's not exactly tracking on it. And something that is kind of tracking is that you're like trying to look at spellings and look at details here. Daniel, as you're taking a look as well, you're looking through papers and you're seeing something a little bit more unusual there. A old Algarian name that you have never really looked at before. And with it, what you see is as they're typing it up, my goodness, and you're looking through things, you see for a moment on a sheet of paper, a single sheet, a name stand out to you. As everybody's looking through the papers and you're standing on the other side of the table looking through stuff, you're like, wait a second, that says Razum. And the man looks at you and says, what do you mean? This does not say Razum.
It's upside down. I had it. I was close.
Why is your name's upside down? How dare?
I was literally so close, wasn't I?
Mm-hmm.
What?
The name is indeed, it was written upside down. How did I type that? I'll tell you how I typed it. I went to upsidedowntext.com. And that's what I did to type it upside down.
Similar idea, but it was backwards.
Yes.
That
So
crossed my mind as
you
well.
were able to see Razum, and it was written upside down. And all of a sudden, a record stood out to you of one individual. Came to the city 1 year ago by boat. His previous destination, or where he was coming from,
WHO
was
is...
the city. I'm trying to show you guys here so you can see it. About 1 year ago, he boarded a boat from Shateguard and landed in Pearlley. What's listed here very clearly is an Algarian man who heralds from the city of Umouth. And you might know Umouth is here as a place of birth listed for this man. It was near your first city. It's not actually Wreath Hollow. It's just south. But Umouth.
That's where
Is place of birth
Dragon was heading, yes.
and relocated to Pearlley as a part of an initiative to get more Algarians in Pearlley. And as such, is listed as Algarian birth in Umouth, Algarian citizen, is written right here on the document. For none other from Rasnum. Or Lazum.
Yes.
His actual name is
Rizum, definitely.
that. Lazum. Except with a W at the end, not an M.
Can I basically yoink?
There.
Can we have the paper be flipped upside down?
Yes. Lazul. Thanks.
Amelia looks and goes.
We're all trying to figure out how to spell this upside down, but this is what it
She
is.
kind of goes, "Who would write
Agree.
this way? It looks like
why is
someone
it
had
upside
written
down?
it the wrong way."
It must be him.
It
Turn
seems.
the paper around so that it's right side up.
Yeah. And you guys can see that the name is there. It very clearly spells out Razum. There. And it seems he had taken his
The
name,
information we need.
put it upside down, and that is him. And clearly outlines that he is Algarian.
Alright.
Can I dash it?
Can you what it?
Dash.
What are you... Dash it? What do you mean by dash it?
Dash.
Stash. I hear dash.
Go away.
No door dashing. But
Yes, copy.
so Vasha
You're having a
looks at
swear
you
stuff
and
now.
says, if you would like to take the record there, based on your note and letter, you are allowed to take anything from the archives.
Yes, we
so-
need this.
So if you need it, you just are responsible for returning it.
Yes, sir.
So you guys are able to look at the time. You guys have been searching for quite a while. You guys have about an hour now before the Rebels meeting. And that's where we are going to start next session, too.
Sounds
We're basically booking it to the...
You don't
Yeah,
have to
it's too
super
early.
too early. I know, but that's going to be it for tonight, too. Can you buy some street food to eat? I mean, it's kind of late. Most of the shops are going to be closed up by now.
We're just all rushing
Someone's-
to the meeting.
Yeah.
Someone's in the alley selling their fingers. There you go. There's food.
So here's what we can prepare for next session. Provided that Mora has internet and such. Next session we will do on roll 20. Here.
Dungeon?
It won't be like full on dungeon as much, but it will have spots that you guys can move, interact, and we'll do that.
Should be okay. Hopefully it'll be up by tomorrow.
Yeah, hopefully.
I'm sad because I don't want to wait tomorrow.
I know. But let's do the thing that we should always do, which is let's plan our next session, because I like doing that.
Any encounters?
I'll get onto that in a
Definitely
moment too,
rewatchable one.
because
yeah,
you guys have quite a few encounters from today. But are you guys good for? I know Oxygen, you said session 17, so like a month from now. You said we weren't good for, but are you guys good for the 7th of March?
Still usually good for Fridays.
I'm totally free.
Okay. Always
I
free.
am always free.
You'll talk about it in chat? Okay.
Keep
So
us
I'll-
updated, Oxygen. Hydrate
I'll
us.
mark it right now. And here's the thing. I am totally fine adjusting sessions to if we just need to push it a week or whatever to make it work for you guys. That is perfectly fine as well. We'll always plan with it, and you guys will get owed like your next session and such. So here's what we're going to do. It's going to be group 2. I got to figure out what to name it. There, we'll do that later. I'm just marking it on our calendar so we have it. There. All right. So that's on the calendar. So let's talk a little bit more. First things first, you guys today had, check here, 4 encounters. So that'll put you to 66. So
We're
4
so close.
Very close. And then I am actually giving the point of inspiration today to Amelia. Gets a point of inspiration today. For the questions and the navigating that you did with Lisa, basically. There. It was really good. I liked the role play. I liked the additions that you did.
Yeah, I
with as well.
basically was improving
That I
real hard.
perfectly. It's kind of hard not to improv when you guys don't know the script ahead of time. There.
And also, I was trying to be in character. I was like, what would this character think?
Yes, but you
this
deserve that point of inspiration today.
I mean, she did think, let's get to the bottom of the start and work from there.
So, I apologize for burning everybody's brains, and I will take that into consideration
Fine.
to future
I
sessions
had-
as well.
I kind of had some
Good,
fun,
but at the
even
same
though my
time,
brain was
hard to think.
Yes, I'll be honest that I've had these notes written down for months, I guess. And you guys finally went into the place, and I'm like, it's time! Time to lore drop.
Time for
nerd.
So you got the fucking lore that I've had, and I've been ready.
It was the biggest lore nuke ever.
Yes. Now, to be fair, if you would have gone into there earlier on, you would have gotten less lore. But since you guys have gotten so much more information and are getting closer and closer to the climax of this arc as well, too, that's why you got there. Now, I will say...
I also love the denial of Amelia just going, "Nuh-uh, I'm not a werewolf. Nuh-uh."
Definitely a werewolf.
Very old witch
All
knows most all things. She has clear detection on these sorts of things, and so you're not going to be able to fool her.
Also, did you ever answer that question that I asked in DMs?
No, because I haven't looked at it. I'll look at it now. It's
Literally as we were talking
Okay.
to her.
due March 3rd. Did he?
Also, sorry for spam images. Whisk AI got interesting.
Oh, Whiskey Eye is so great. It's my favorite. All right, what do you got? Okay. To answer your question, it's related, but also unrelated. Like, it was more of collection's sake for a witch more than anything else. Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
But that got taken. Yes, I'm really enjoying all the pictures you're showing with Robin Hood and there. And I like this a lot more canon too. With Yas, I love this image. The clear Yas is being trained by Robin Hood by facing the wrong direction to shoot the target.
They're shooting the people.
You put in the roleplay memes there. Just like, yes, learning how to shoot archery. The target's behind you.
And somehow there's an arrow on it.
That's Robin Hood's arrow.
He's teaching him the mastery art of learning how to hit a target from backwards.
The best art.
Yes.
Teaching how to ricochet an arrow.
Oh my gosh. All right. I'm in a spoiler mood. Somebody give me a letter.
M.
M. Oh, what do we want? We are gonna... Okay. Here's what I'll give you. You guys got M. I'm going to spoil, because he's not here, and it's fun, one of Artanis' skills. Not in full, because that's not deserved there. I am going to instead spoil a couple portions of it. So, this M skill costs 20 stamina and 50% of current health. So I've shown that piece before. This skill lasts 2 hours as well. And I will say that the skill ends with this line. At the end of this skill's duration, blank will dissolve into a puddle of goo. And this is a magical action that is accessible to Artanis.
I don't know how to... Wait.
Ooh.
Artanis.
Ooh.
I don't know why I'm thinking mitosis.
All right. It's just too fucking good to not. But Pink, you're exactly correct.
Spoiled.
Oh, I am literally reading your mind.
You are.
What did Pink say?
Since Apple got summoned immediately. Yes. All right. We'll spoil one more. Somebody give me another letter. A different letter.
A.
A? Okay. For A, we are going to read this one. A, the skill is type wing attack action. Its range is 15 feet. Straight line.
I spoke first yet get ignored. Great.
What? Well, I'm sorry there. This skill is an attack action. It's a 1d8 versus evasion that deals 2d6 plus strength physical damage. And if it hits that
N for
character,
Nika.
I'll do N for Nika too. That character has to make a saving throw that if they fail, they're inflicted with stun. But if they succeed, they're inflicted with off balance instead. All right. And we'll do an N skill. You want an N for Nika. Okay. We'll do this one. This skill costs no stamina, but requires a net and a rope. This skill has an area of a 2.5 foot radius. And usually requires something flat.
Question mark.
In addition to this, it has a saving throw of 18 to pass, which is one of the highest saving throws. Usually, if I want something pretty passable but not guaranteed, I usually do it as like a 12, but an 18 is, I pretty much want to guarantee that you fail that with the chance that you could pass, but you could fail.
Is it like one of those
this skill
traps?
Also takes 10 minutes to use, but can be reduced to 5 minutes. So I want you guys to know that when you take one action, it takes 10 seconds is there. It might be a little bit faster, but 10 seconds. This skill takes 10 minutes to use.
Is it like one of those, like, bunny trap situations?
Pink, you're killing it tonight.
I'm literally hacking your screen.
You are literally hacking my screen right now. Yes, actually. The name of the skill is Net Trap. You guys want something extra fun? This is a skill that is currently not had by this character. And they're going to be very surprised to learn that it's a new level 2 skill for them. Because what more does a beast tamer need than the ability to fucking trap things? And just for your guys's jokes and whatever, particularly because I know what group this is going to apply to here, I'll let you theorize. I'm going to share two skills. I'm going to share two schools because I think both of these skills are very important here. First, this skill, which I'm just going to share the name of, but not any additional info.
Oh.
And let me say that that skill is brutal. Brutal. It uses or inflicts a new debuff. A brand new debuff. That is
electrocuted?
Horrific. Oh, and Daniel, you'll 100% be getting some of these debuffs as well. Or not getting the debuffs, but using the debuffs. But there's one other thing that I must share with all of you because I love it. This... Actually, you know what? I'm going to share the other one. No, I'll share this one. Why not? All right. This skill has a very particular use. And it's a very specific person can use it. But is a legitimate skill that is in the book now.
You're kidding.
I am, in fact, not kidding.
And monkey, yes.
We, in fact, can't include a monkey without giving them the ability to throw their own poop.
I like how Dave said pink.
Pink. Yes. These
I'm
are
so excited to see.
Pankias or Apple. No, Apple does not have that skill. Apple has a different one, and it was a skill created by my son. I want to be
I'm so
very
excited.
serious that a skill was indeed suggested by my son, my 5-year-old son. And this skill is called this.
It's salty.
So I'll let you guys theorize more what that means, but it was indeed created by my son. I let him brainstorm with me on it, and then I was like, absolutely, I'll put it in the game. Why not?
I'm just imagining he was giggling, going, hee hee, poopy.
No, it was less that, and he's like, you need a skill that's a fart, Dad. I'm like, okay. So that's gaseous release. It is quite literally a skill, and there are multiple classes that can use it. It's not just one. Yes.
I'm so curious.
All right, there's one more. There's one more because I want you to brainstorm. Here's your last one.
Ooh. Please be me. Forbidden stance.
It does reek of that, doesn't it? But what if I...
It's just T-posing.
It's not incorrect, but I will say, what could this mean? Because it could mean a lot. Actually, I say that. No, I'm not. I can't spoil too many more because I don't want to ruin everything. This book is so much fun to look at now.
Mine.
It's got so... I love looking at this. There's over 100 skills now in this one section, and I haven't even done half of them yet. There is also... I mean, I'm just going to share this one because you guys know it. But also at the same time, you guys probably all need to see this. This is the text for tame. So, lady, good luck. It's too long didn't read. This is all of the very specific rules for extra clarity on how to tame a beast. Oh, it didn't load. Insightful. Yes. So this is all of the information there. And lady, these are kind of like official rules on it. It just makes... I just wrote it all out. But the one thing I want to note in there that you haven't seen before is that if the tame is successful, the beast gains soulbound, which makes them immune to being tamed by others. They will always be able to identify you regardless of condition or disguise, and they will always respond to your commands so long as you have your soul. And that last line is very, very important because there's one additional skill that I'm going to share with you guys. Which, let's see, where is it? I might just need to go to the class for this because I can't remember the exact name, but I might just read it to you. Let's see. Not that one. Yeah, I'm gonna have to double check there. Give me 1 second. We'll pull it up. Pull it up. This is very, very important because there exists a skill, and the skill is it that one? Oh, it's that one. Ah, I should have known. There. This skill says, I'm going to read the statement. You reach out and pull the soul directly from target character. That character makes a saving throw against 17. If the save fails, you temporarily remove their soul from their body. The soul is non-interactable. The character is inflicted with drained, 3 stacks of weakened, fatigued, and poison. These debuffs will only be removed when the soul is returned to its owner.
Woof.
Oh, and there's one other line in here. If the target character is a god, in addition to the effects above, the god will be unable to use faith-related abilities. Why is this important? Because, lady, there are going to exist enemies in this world that can literally rip out your soul, which means all of your companions will no longer listen to you because you are not with your soul. Would Mora's old character have this? I'm not going to spoil it on that. But I just want you to know that it's there. Oh, and I should say, this skill lasts 1d10 minutes. So it can last 1 minute or up to 10 fucking minutes without your soul. And now your companions will not listen to you. Oh, and you can increase the duration too by an extra d10. That's the upgrades. 10 minutes wasn't exactly how... Well, no, the last session it was 30 minutes. Yeah, just have a few backup souls. Bring it there. I'm not saying... I should also state, this is not a low-level ability, by the way. This is not like, surprise, and they get it at level 1. Like, that's not what it is. But... I do want to say... that is why I had to specify. Yeah, that's God tierish. Because it's endgame level ability. Like, that's why. It has to be. But I want you to know that these are the levels of threats that you guys are going to be fighting very soon. Like, this kind of insanity that you're going to be fighting. And there's so much more, so I can't wait for all of you guys to see it. And then for you guys all to curse me out because, you can't make decisions. They're too hard. Miko slam. All right, so there's your spoilers. Hunter route sound good. I'm not kidding you, lady. I did make every single route
Miku has been killed.
Interesting. Right? I assure you, all of you guys will have hard decisions because each route will have interesting skills that you will just want. And you're going to have to make sacrifices to get them. But I also say that, like, you still have access to, like, everything. It's not like once you start on one route, you can't go the other route, too. It just... It's choices. It's hard choices. There. So, that's where it's at, and that's going to be for everybody. I mean, we talked about Corey. One of Corey's routes, I'll say right now, does not have to do with magic.
The instantly kill yourself skill, and then get confused why I don't use it.
Daniel, I wouldn't do that unless the instantly kill yourself skill involved killing everyone else around you. No, you've got... I actually don't know what path you're... I kind of know what path you're going to go down, but I think once you see one of the other paths, you might have some difficulties. Yeah, Apple has that skill. No, Apple has a lot scarier skills than just kill yourself over something. And
Daniel walking up to
what's
Amelia with
there?
a strange device that's ticking. Hey, can you hold this for me?
Oh, that's 100% one of your skills. Like, if anybody had any belief that you would not just straight up get a bomb, they would be mistaken. In fact, you currently have one. But more bombs? Yeah, absolutely, that's happening. Basically, you're playing COD while everybody else is playing fantasy. Grenade! You never played COD? That's funny. Flashbang! Oh, man. Now I have to actually legitimately add a flashbang. I'm going to add flashbang. I'm going to add flashbang. That's going to happen now. Now that that's been suggested, it's happening. I'm actually going to write it on my board right now. Nope, it's official. Flashbang is going to be a skill that is legitimately added. I've already figured it out, what it's going to do. But it's basically going to be a temporary, like, blindness. It's going to inflict temporary blindness and deafness. But now I have to figure out deaf, what it means to be deaf. Yep, that's what it's going to do. It's going to be like, fuck! But we got to add that. Can't hear anime speak. Is true. Alright. I've held you guys long enough. All my taunts. I should be finishing up this one soon, and then I'm moving on to Daniel's class. Fully. Like, I have some skills already that, like, is already done, but yeah, that's the next one I'm doing. There. It's next one on my list. Too. So we're getting there. There's a lot.
Take the W, Dave.
So, all right. I hope everybody has a great weekend. Get some good rest, and we will be back next Friday with next session. We'll see how it all goes. So,
Bye,
I'll see you
loser,
guys.
Smile.
Everybody have a good night. Also, can you, Group 1, do me a solid and just confirm that Salty's going to join us next session? 2? Yeah, just like, let's see. Just so, you know, we can plan. That would be nice. All right. Well, everybody have a good night. Bye-bye, everybody.
Good night.
Bye.